Okay, and okay, there's YouTube's picking it up now.
Yep.
Hi.
So just so I
Okay.
got the YouTube muted.
Up now.
Okay.
Yep.
Hi.
Oh. Or is that
You're
you?
being invaded.
Me.
Yep, we're just waiting for you.
Okay, that's what Lena had said. She was thinking that maybe you were waiting for us, and then let's
Yep.
Yes.
not be rude and keep you waiting.
I
Yeah.
was just someone brought up they who shall not be named, so I was just having a rant about that person, and then
Yeah.
another rant about someone else that that's
Okay.
going after they who shall not be named. So yeah, there's
Angie,
all of that.
Well,
Yes.
I'm
did
hoping we
you?
can keep this on a bit of a
I'm
lighter
looking.
tone tonight. So
Okay, I'm
try not to
looking
get too
there.
much into the politics and drama stuff.
Okay,
Okay, yeah, I think I'm done. I think I'm done
Okay.
I'm just
with
curious.
that.
Did you wash the purple out of your hair?
I did. Yep.
Okay, so now, what is it that you're using? Because I've occasionally thought of trying the color thing, but I've always thought, what if I hate it?
It's
Um,
hairspray paint.
Hairspray
It
paint.
it is spray paint for your hair. It's like hairspray, and it gets kind of stiff when it dries. But you can brush it through after you spray it on, and it mutes the color a little bit and is less crispy. But it's just hairspray. You can find it at any of your local beauty supply stores. You can usually find it in the party section of any store. If you have a party store, Halloween store or something like that.
There
Yeah,
may be
it's
something
hairspray.
around here somewhere. I may want to give it a try. The only thing is, I hope it's not too stiff.
It gets really kind of crispy because it's like powdered hairspray because that's how the pigment is in a powdery type form, and then of
It's
course
got to stick on there somehow.
then
Another
it uses
cheap
the
option.
lacquer.
Another cheap option for a temporary hair dye, if you want to try the brighter colors, is unsweetened Kool-Aid.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes, unsweetened Kool-Aid will, but on hair like Diana and I have that is very white and hers is very porous. I can tell from here that she has porous hair. If you do that, it could stain it and not completely wash out. This stuff
it's one of the
completely
things I
washes
fear.
out in one
Okay.
shampoo and washes out. So
Yeah.
that's why I do it because it's absolutely zero commitment. And I have had other things stain my hair that were supposed to be semi-permanent, or I've literally spilled Kool-Aid and got it in my hair and had a pink stain for like a week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm actually a blonde, but I'm a very light blonde, and a lot of the hair is white.
Yes,
More and
it's
more
very
every
light.
day.
Yes.
Um,
I'm yeah, I dyed my hair once, it didn't go very well.
Okay, and Danny Warner in the side chat's saying that with your long hair, you'd have to be careful that doesn't rub off on your clothes.
Oh
That's
yeah.
true. That's true. You can get a little bit of transfer. What I would do when it was longer is I would only decorate the top layer. Like when I did 4th of July, I'd have red, white, and blue, but it would only be on the top. I didn't like saturate the whole hair with all the color. Like you could do
Yeah.
streaks or you could do bits, but you don't really want it all up under here where nobody's can see it
Hey,
anyway.
Bob.
hey, Bubba, hi.
Every
No,
time I see every time I see your name, I just want to shut the devil put aside for you.
I love me some Beelzebub. I want to hug him so bad.
I actually got
So
a
what's
haircut
going on
today.
with you today,
Pretty
Bob?
good.
There's
I noticed. Looking smooth.
Danny and Angie. There's no way I'm cutting this hair. It was cut once. I went into one of those quick cut places and said, "Could you trim the ends?" Because I figured there was some split ends going. Oh, they trimmed the ends all right up to about here. And,
Yes, we all have bad haircut stories, don't we?
and it took about 7 years, 7 or 8 years to grow the hair back out.
Oh my
Because
goodness.
my hair
Hey,
used to grow crazy. It used to grow fast, very, very quickly. But now that I'm older, it does not grow that quickly anymore.
Do you know that it can only, for one thing, hair, everybody's individual, can only get so long, like your genetics predisposed to how long your hair can grow before it starts to decompose. Because hair's dead, right? It's made of the same stuff your fingernails are. It's keratin. It
Right,
doesn't have
right.
blood flow. The roots is the only living part. So these parts down here that are dead are doing what dead things do. They're decomposing. They're breaking down. They're exposed to pollution. They're exposed to sunlight and sulfates and chlorine in the water and stuff.
And poo-poo and things like that. Yeah.
Actually, hair is virtually
Hold
indestructible.
on, honey. Hairdresser's talking here. Hold on.
There you go.
If you
expert.
don't keep those ends trimmed, I mean, like every month, take off 1/8 of an inch just off the very bottom part, and that stops the splitting because the split starts at the end and peels. And imagine a drinking straw that's been cut in half. At the end, you can just grab it and peel it apart.
I've actually seen my own hair. If a shaft comes out and the end is split, connection.
Right.
Roll it
There
apart.
is nothing you can rub on your head to fix split ends. I don't care what they say on TV. I don't care how much they want to charge you at the fancy beauty salon. There is no repairing a split end except cutting it off. That's the only thing you can do to fix it. If you keep them trimmed a little bit, then you gain length, but you gain full circles of hair, full shafts of hair length, and it gets thicker and it gets longer a lot faster, believe it or not, because it doesn't break off before it gets a chance to reach that length.
Okay, because I always wondered about that. They're always saying, cut it to make it grow faster, and I always wondered how that worked. You see, I'm the research scientist. I always want to know why. I always want to know how.
It's because the only living part is underneath your scalp. The root has blood flow to it, and it grows from there. And as it is exposed, the hair begins to decompose. If you don't keep the dead bits off, it affects the healthier hair up high.
Well, that's not necessarily entirely accurate. Like, it doesn't decompose. Like, it'll split, but hair doesn't. The hair doesn't actually decompose.
Yes, ma'am, it does. It breaks down. It breaks down just like it would if you died and you were buried. Your hair takes longer to decompose than other parts of your body would, but it is still decomposing. It's the same process of decay that creates.
Yes, well, that's like it's like it survives digestive tracts, is what I'm saying, right? It's not something that is, something that a lot of stuff can actually use as a food source. So hair will last basically forever. You have you go look you go find mummified people, and the hair and the bones and some of the flesh.
You do understand that mummified means preserved, honey?
Yeah, they don't
preserve.
They don't mummify. They don't mummify the hair.
It's a good look for you, Bob.
Even in modern times, the hair, like if you go to a funeral and you see a person in a casket and they're dead, I promise you they have hair products on their hair, hairspray, gel, setting lotion, whatever. They have hair products on their hair. So yeah, there are some preservatives there because those products have preservatives. But hair is definitely decomposed. It is an organic compound, and it will decompose and decay. And that's why we get split in.
Most things won't really decompose much when they're dry.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, which is why the mummies are
your hair never is
arid regions. Yeah,
your hair is never dry. It may not be wet moisture wise, but it is wet with oils because it's natural for your head to secrete oil.
Oh, sure, right. No, we get that.
Yeah, your hair's never dry.
I'm thinking that purple may have been referring to an aqueous sort of dryness, an arid sort of dryness.
No, I wasn't disagreeing with what Purple said. I agree completely.
Hey.
You don't realize your hair's not really ever dry.
I just feel safe now because I'm wearing my tinfoil hat, so the CIA can't read my thoughts.
I love your hat. It's so crafty.
Yeah, when I heard you were making a tinfoil hat, I didn't expect you to come up with something so stylish.
Oh,
Right.
yeah,
You know, I'm used to
never
them
made
just
it.
kind of crumpled together wads.
I've never made a tinfoil hat before this one, and I mean, like every video I saw took like 4 minutes to make one of these, but yeah, no, my inexperienced stats took like 20 minutes, half an hour. I'm proud of it. I actually modeled it after my flat cap. Like I took a piece of aluminum, stretched it over it, and you know.
some of this.
Does get hot under this thing really fast, though.
Yeah, I can
Like,
imagine.
I've been wearing it for 3 minutes and I'm sweating.
Wow.
Maybe that's the
ventilating
problem.
it,
Maybe the people who wear them all the time have baked their brains.
Does ventilating it negate the protection factor?
Well, I mean, okay, so you can either, I guess, have the CIA very quickly scramble your brains, or you can slowly scramble them, like an egg over a really, really low flame.
Just put it in the smoker for a couple hours. Huh?
Not
Or on pavement.
questions.
No, I'm proud of that thing.
Yeah, I think their brains are cooked on something that's not a tinfoil hat.
Okay, so who all we have here? Nice crowd, or
What? I don't- Let me go see. How
thank
many?
every one of you who come by for these things. It's amazing how you turn out, how you stick around. And we've been going at this for a day and a half, for Christ's sake.
No kidding. We got 11 watching right now.
It's not a bad number considering it's almost 01:30 Eastern.
What? Oh shit. Right.
1:30 is nothing. I'm going to be up for a couple more hours at least.
I have to go to a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and I have to be kind of a little bit conscious because I need to go convince my doctor to give me progesterone.
Yeah, you need to be on your
I want
toes.
to say I know what that did at one point, but I can't think of it.
I need more girl drugs. That's all.
I could still use some girl drugs too. I hit menopause and it's like, what the fuck? I don't-
Yeah, I feel what you're going through. I was in menopause for 4 months.
Oh, I did it 8 years. I'm
So-
finally done, I think.
Yeah, hot
TMI,
flush. and
sorry.
stuff.
Change the subject. My bad. I'm sorry, Purple.
Okay, so this isn't the first time I've heard this, but Doorknob Head is saying that I look like Ed Helms. That's only the second time in my life I've ever heard of that. I used to get Tom Green a lot.
No, wait a minute. Would somebody remind me who is Ed Helms? I know about Jesse Helms, but I don't know about Ed Helms.
Ed Helms was... Oh, fuck. What was his character's name in The Office?
Oh, it's this television.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's seen The Office, Diana. Please don't let me down and say you haven't.
I
Oh,
I
don't know.
haven't gone to television in 10 years, sweetness.
I haven't
Netflix,
seen
you
The
can
Office.
watch on computer.
And in fact, it seems like a kind of show that I would avoid watching, even if I did have TV.
It's a level. I love that show. It makes me so happy. Ed Helms was also in The Hangover. He was the dentist.
First one of those. That was fun.
Yes, Andy Bernard. Thank you, Doorknob Head. Yeah, no, I don't see Ed Helms at all. I don't.
Yeah, I should be ashamed of myself. I haven't been watching baseball as much as I usually do. And I pay for that, damn it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing you need to know. Whoever it was that Toronto hired to run their team is intentionally sabotaging the team because, you know, Americans don't want Canadians to win their trophies.
Oh, bullshit. Oh, any news? Have you heard? I'm just curious. I heard some musings about Montreal getting a team back. And the first thing I thought of when I saw that, and this was several years ago that I read this, was they weren't supporting the Expos. What do they want another team for?
Well, they can't have UP back. That's all I have to say.
Are we talking about?
Oh, man.
No, we're talking about baseball.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know. Minnesota did it. They sold off the North Stars, and then some years later they got an expansion team. It's like,
Yeah, they got the Wild. The Winnipeg got the Jets back, and they've been doing marginally well. We're going the next U.S. city to fold and have it and that needs a team that will has a team that will need to insta move is going to Quebec City probably. So, yeah.
Okay.
That's why that's why Quebec hasn't been approved for an expansion draft, is that people are figuring that if like Arizona finally completely folds and needs to move, or some other team that's not doing so great financially, there's a place where Batman can just say, okay, you got your hockey team. So there's that. But no, we're talking. I actually don't really like baseball all that much, and I don't really like basketball all that much. But since Toronto has an NHL team, an NBA team, and what MLB is it team?
Yeah, Major League Baseball.
I just like making fun of Toronto fans for whatever team they like. Right? It's just kind of a thing, and because the Leafs because the laughs have sucked for so badly for so long, you make fun of the laughs, and the Toronto fans are just like, yeah, I know they suck, whatever, go away.
yeah, I don't pay
let's
any
not be
attention to
cruel.
professional
Let's
sports.
not be cruel.
I don't sport.
Cat turned off my
So-
camera. That's fun. Let's not be cruel to the fans of shitty sports teams. I'm a Cubs fan. Okay.
There you go. There you go.
I'm a Montreal Canadiens fan.
I'm
So
an indoctrinated Cowboys fan, but I don't really like football, so I don't watch it.
I hate football. I had a phase where I liked the CFL for like all of 2 years, but that's because I was listening to the hockey games on the radio, and the same radio station that would broadcast Montreal Canadiens games also was the one that would broadcast the Montreal Alouettes games. So it's like they continuously talked about the Montreal Alouettes because it was a local Montreal station for the longest time, and they actually did a much better job than fucking TSN ever has. So like there was a time and this was the time when the Alouettes had Anthony Calvillo, who was probably the best quarterback ever to play in the CFL as well. So they were really good, and they were on top of the league it was basically a dynasty team for a few years. But the only player I can name from the team is Anthony Calvillo, and I
Hey,
didn't
Silver.
even watch anything. So
Hi, Lena.
yeah, but I actually I don't mind playing football, but I definitely don't like watching football at all. It's boring.
That
Yeah,
It's almost
I
as boring as
agree.
baseball.
that kitty is just, I want to cuddle it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
what?
He
Jack.
deserves your cuddles. He
Hi,
does.
Jack.
He demands them, in fact.
So cute.
He is.
Yeah, when I was in junior high school, they all wanted me to play football. I was a big kid. My thing was like Carlin. I couldn't see 11 guys lining up against 11 other guys, beating the shit out of them and taking their land.
I played football for the tryouts, but in gym class I destroyed my left leg, utterly destroyed it. It was either a minor tear or at least an extremely bad pull. I was limping for like 6 to 8 months on my leg. It was that bad.
Ooh.
Oh dang.
Oh
Um,
no.
yeah.
That's like when I
Um,
ran over. I couldn't walk for a year. That was not fun.
Jeez.
Yeah, I could barely walk. I could barely walk for months, and then I was still had trouble walking for on the leg for quite a few months
Yeah.
that. Um, but they were confused at where to put me because I was one of the bigger people on the team, so I could be a defensive tackle or something like that.
That's where they wanted me. Yeah.
But I'm also
Oh.
I'm also extremely stable. I'm not a fast runner, but I'm also extremely stable on my feet. And like when we were doing tackle drills, I was carrying people my size and they couldn't bring me down. So they also were thinking I could be like a receiver or something because I can't throw worth shit, but I can catch really well. So if you've ever seen, I guess he's in the comics too, but I know him from the old from the not the old one, but from the '90s X-Men. It's kind of like I'm like the Juggernaut. So
Mhm.
um,
I
I
gotta
can
get
have
Danny
multiple
baseball.
people. I could have multiple people hanging off of me, and I would still be dragging them, while carrying the ball in practice, right? So they were confused at where to put me, um, and I was all. But then I just I was running laps actually, and my leg just like destroyed itself,
Ooh.
um,
I'll be
and that
right back.
really
I gotta
sucked.
get a drink.
I also played lacrosse in public school and volleyball in public school though. And I played pond hockey for a few years as the goalie with nothing but like street hockey leg pads, so I could play butterfly because I play butterfly, a trap or a blocker, a helmet, and a leather coat for protection. And we were using like an NHL puck, so that's what like 8 ounces of frozen vulcanized rubber being shot at me at like 25-30 miles an hour. So
Yeah, rubber ducks. You see, all cats float. They don't like water, but they do know how to swim. I'm trying to remember. I do know
some
that there
cats
are
like
the
water.
cats who love water, and I'm thinking that they're mostly panthers. But
Tigers are actually quite good swimmers.
well, that's right. Yeah, there are the two classes of cats. There are the panthers and the felines.
I
So
guess
Sylvester in your lap at home is a feline, whereas a lion or a leopard, that sort of thing, is a panther.
Okay, there's
Okay.
what are they? I can't remember. Yeah, there's two species of well, there's three species of felines, right? Or I don't know what the actual group is called. There's basically three. There's hyenas, which are technically felines.
Right.
And then there are the small cats, which include, your average house cats. I think they include cats up to the size, up to like bobcats, lynx, and cougars are actually small cats, not big cats. I can't remember I can't remember the taxonomical classifications. And then you can have a serval as a pet, and that was considered a medium cat, but
Yeah.
it's basically a big cat. There are people who have servals as pets. We have some at our zoo. They're kind of cool. They're about the size of of like a black lab, and they're like a half the weight because they're skinny little
Yeah. One
fuckers.
of the
But
cats I brought with me from New York, Guapo, that he would
yeah.
always come home smelling like the pond water in the park.
Mhm.
So I think he
Um,
liked to go fishing. But
Yeah, there
he would definitely go
are
swimming.
house cats that do like water,
Yeah,
right?
well,
They're
and he had fur almost like an otter because like he could get caught in a downpour and he'd come in and in 5 minutes you could never tell he got wet.
yeah.
You know,
Of
it
course,
just all just rolled right off of him.
I had a cat who hated water so much that I gave him a bath once. And to give him a bath, I took a couple of grocery bags, just the plastic grocery bags, put them over my hand, put a layer of duct tape over my hand, put another plastic bag and another layer of duct tape over my hand so that I could hold him. And he still managed to bite and claw his way through that and give me. Was it this hand? No, it was this hand. And he gave me, I don't know if you can really see it, but there's a scar right on the side of my finger. You can probably barely see it. He gave me that scar through 3 plastic bags and 2 layers of duct tape.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, he was absolutely vicious if you tried to bath him. I did bath him a couple of other times, but my preferred way of bathing him was filling up a bathtub full of warm water and cat shampoo and throwing him in and closing the shower curtain so he couldn't get out, and then his angry thrashing would do the work for me. And then I would let him out, and he would hate me for a while, and then he would not hate me because I gave him food and
You
love.
cruel woman.
I keep trying to get video of my cat because Spartacus is so weird. He loves water. Loves it.
Okay.
No matter where he is in the house, if he's asleep somewhere and I turn on one of the faucets, he comes running and he starts like
Yeah.
at the water fountain, and it's hilarious.
Oh, well,
So
Sasha was a very long-haired cat, right? And it's generally the ones that don't like getting wet are the ones with long hair, because it just makes them weighed down and heavy, is what I've been told.
Yeah.
But yeah, he absolutely hated getting wet at all. And he was usually the nicest, most lovey cat, most friendly cat you'd ever have,
you
right?
just add
He'd come
water,
up
you
to
turn
you
into a
and
demon.
yeah. When you got him wet, he would be absolutely vicious. He'd bite, he'd scratch, he'd meow, and he was a strong freaking cat. I'm telling you, it was more traumatic to me giving him a bath that one time because we had to give him a flea bath. He had fleas, and our other cats had fleas, and the cat who was usually considered to be the cranky one, just sat there. You know how the cats will just give you that grumpy look, like I don't like this, and just look at you like you're an asshole look. That cat, he did a little bit of voicing his displeasure, but he just sat there like, I don't like this. Yeah, the friendly cat turned into the freaking Tasmanian devil. When you tried to bath. Another couple of friends tried to bath him shortly before he ran away because we moved too much and he was 20 years old. And they have scars because they weren't smart enough to, put 2 layers of duct tape and 3 plastic bags over their hand. And I warned them. So, yeah.
No.
I warned, and actually, he would team up with their cat, and they would try to like pincer attack hunt squirrels. They hated each other inside, but when they were outside, they would they would go after squirrels, and they would team up on them.
Yeah. Well, my cat
Speaking of cats,
Tasha,
mine
when I
got
moved
stuck.
in with my ex many years ago, was the same thing, that the two of them would not acknowledge each other in the house. But when they went outside, they would hunt cooperatively.
Yeah,
That one of them would lay down under a bush, and the other one would circle around through the neighbor's yard and chase the birds toward her.
I did not know that kitties would do that.
Yeah. And they would take turns switching off of who was the chaser and who was the pouncer.
Oh wow, I learned something. So the day wasn't a total waste. All right.
See, Jack has a message he wants Robert X to get real quick. Jack's been watching the chat, and he doesn't like Robert's catitude. You heard him. He said it.
Yeah.
Those are
Yeah,
the serious
well,
ones, yeah.
I'm sure he didn't care for that blender comment up there.
No. A big part of why he doesn't like Robert's catitude. So, Robert, you've been warned by a tiny little kitten. You're
Wait a
screwed. Isn't that right, Jack?
No, don't do this. God damn it.
And now I've gotten kitten kisses.
Aw.
I win.
So yeah, I'm going to take off I am, I've been doing this for, whew,
Oh, no.
I've been doing
Yeah, I
this
know
since
you've been
8
at it
a.m.,
most of the day.
right? So I'm going to take off. I'll probably be on sometime afternoon tomorrow. If this thing is still going, I might take it over or something like that.
Yes, God damn it.
But I'm super tired. I want to get some good sleep, and I have a doctor's appointment that I have to go to in the morning. So
Okay, well, you get yourself some rest.
Well, you get the rest,
Yeah.
and I am going to have to. This is bullshit. My machine has frozen. At least the windowing system has. I am unable to use the keyboard or the trackball,
Ruh-roh.
and the only way I know of to do anything about this is a hard reboot.
oh my,
Oh,
We will
So
be here when you get back.
yeah.
for a while.
Damn it.
I'm doing a reboot too, but thanks for having me on, all that good stuff.
Bye,
And
man.
I will talk to everybody when we're all conscious at the same time again.
Yeah, right. Here.
do it, man.
Yeah.
This thing is working, but the
Okay.
windowing system just isn't.
Yeah, gotcha. While I'm going by it.
So I shall be back because, we'll be on a while, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I figure I'm going to run this about 2 hours, and Lena was already saying that she's willing to pick it up again after me because she wants to see it go a full 48 hours.
And I might as well chip in as well. So Lena, you can pick up, and I'll pick up, and that's
Well, and if we're lucky, the Australians will come in.
That'll be fun.
The Australians are coming. The Australians are coming.
Okay, see you guys in a little bit. I'm gonna have to hit the reset button.
Okay, sweetie.
Yep.
See you soon, man.
See
My
ya.
cat is a demon.
He is not. He's a sweet little baby.
My cat's a demon.
Oh,
He
I
locked
got no
himself into my brother's room, and he won't come out. But every time I try to shut the door, he claws at the inside of the door and the carpet, and so I had to just like jam the door so that he can get out whenever the hell he chooses to. This is so annoying. I hate my cat. This is after he took off outside during my live stream, and I had to run around for 20 minutes and chase my stupid cat.
God.
He hates me. He's like, nope, I'm going to torture the shit out of you, woman.
Yeah, actually, cats are the reason I've often had to take the doors off of the bedrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Just have to have curtains so they could come and go when they needed to.
So it looks like you and Jack have bonded completely here.
Yeah, he likes spending time with me.
He's so
I
cute.
give him the snuggles he deserves.
What's not to love?
Yeah,
I mean,
Sammyson
little.
will wait until I shut off the lights, and then he'll hop up on the bed. Always get some cuddle time there while I'm trying to fall asleep.
See, there have been a few days where, like, okay, so I don't go to sleep until around 5 in the morning usually. And around noon, Jack will just decide that I've slept enough. So this was before we trimmed his claws. and he hasn't done it since. But he had this thing where he'd just take a couple swipes at the backside of my knee.
Ooh.
It hurt, but it was effective. It got me up.
They are smart little critters, that's for sure. My
It's
cat
pretty
loves
cool.
me when she wants something. That's the only time she pays any attention to me. I can call her and call her and call her, and she'll sit right there in the bushes and look at me like, I know you really want me to come over there, but I'm just not.
See,
As
this
soon as I
little guy
get-
loves me at all times, but I don't know.
She's an outdoor. She's not a wild cat. Like she'll go to the neighbor's yard over here, and she'll go to the neighbor's yard over here. But I've never seen her go too far across the street, so she's not bothering anybody. But
Oh,
she won't come
we've
in the house at all. She refuses. The one time I brought her in the house, I had the dogs locked out. They couldn't even see her. I had the blinds closed and everything, and she was absolutely mortified. Let me out, Mom. I want out.
Oh.
She gets to stay outside where she's happy.
And
we've
mine aren't
known our
allowed
cats
in
to
rooms.
travel a radius of more than a mile from the house.
I can't imagine what she does after dark because I know she's a dark cat. She likes to sleep during the day, so she's hunting at night. I've never witnessed her too far away from the house.
Yeah, well, Sammy's son had been an outdoor cat, but since I moved to the apartment, he's had to adjust to living inside, and I'm actually grateful for it because around here the wildlife is pretty brutal. I lost two of them.
Yeah, we're in the
Yeah.
woods too. We have to be careful. And plus, we have so many feral cats in the neighborhood. We have a cat lady, and she's probably got 60 cats, and most of them live in the house with her. There's not a whole lot of them that are outside, but they're everywhere. And I think that's why my itty bitty kitty stays pretty close to home because I don't think she can fend off much more than the territory she's got marked here. She's little.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons he's not allowed outside. There's too many cats. He would probably die if I left him out there like all night.
Oh, we had two little orange kittens showed up in the garage about a month or so ago, and I like to have never caught those cats. They were so tiny. They could hide behind stuff. I couldn't even move. And I'm like, how am I gonna get you? It took me 2 days to catch those cats.
Oh,
I did find them a good home.
Yeah, actually, the two I brought from New York and one other one I had there were all actually came from the feral colony in the park. That I had redomesticated two of them, and Guapo's mother, my friend just happened to cross her while she was starting to give birth.
Oh,
So she called me, and I, rushed over there with a box and some blankets and towels because it's like it was getting to the point that was below freezing at night. So we picked up this feral cat and put her in a box and took her over to my friend's basement for her to finish giving birth.
aww.
So Guapo was one of that litter.
oh.
I like the name Guapo. I like that very much.
My
I know.
fiance named him. It's Spanish for handsome.
It is, yes. I like that very much.
That's so cute. All right. I just did
But-
something I never do, so you guys should totally donate more money to Doc's GoFundMe. I did a mukbang. I never do mukbangs.
A what?
A mukbang,
I don't know what that is.
eating on camera.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. I ate French fries yesterday. I don't care.
I hate
that's one of
eating
the
on camera.
advantages to not having a camera. Nobody can tell what I'm doing.
Sure.
That's why even when I get one, I don't expect I'm going to be live all that much.
I was fixing to say, isn't that about to come to an end?
Oh,
Have a
when
camera
I
on
get a
today.
camera, I'm going balls deep.
I'm actually getting one.
Mhm.
Neil messaged me that he's upgraded his camera,
Yeah,
so
you
he's
told
mailing
me.
me his old one.
That's
I'm
awesome.
excited for you because it's the Logitech C9 whatever, like the most recent one, right?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
the
that's the one
C920.
I'm getting.
It's good. You'll like it. I got one. It's good.
Yeah, I've noticed it's very popular among the YouTubers.
I like it. I've just got to find a decent program to run it better.
Yeah, that's the next question. If that means there's going to be more software I have to learn.
I don't recommend the CAPTCHA by Logitech. I don't recommend that, just so you know.
Mm.
I have video on my channel to prove that that's just not the one we're going to use anymore because my audio and video is just a tiniest little bit out of sync so that my
Um,
mouth is moving. It looks like a bad kung fu movie.
Ah,
yeah, I plan
yeah, that
on
that
pretty
is
much
always
just
a
using
little,
OBS, I think.
a little disturbing when I'm watching a video and I can tell it's not quite syncing up.
Just that little off enough to make you go,
I know. It's very weird. It's like wait, what? What? Why aren't either you're like, in the past or in the future with like how your mouth is moving? Very weird.
yeah.
Well, I've done that sometimes in the live streams that I do the pop out chat and sometimes I've missed which window or which tab I'm clicked on. So if I'm watching it on the YouTube but I'm hearing everybody through the streamer,
I do that too.
I did that yesterday.
yeah,
It,
so
it
then it's
mess-
like,
What happened to Jim? I can't hear him no more. And everybody's like, what are you talking about? Like, oh shit, I'm
well,
like,
or it'll change who's talking, but the picture on the screen didn't change yet.
Mhm.
oh Lordy, good. I don't feel bad. I'm not the only one.
Mm-mm.
I would have never confessed if you hadn't have first.
It happens all the time. All the time.
I'm sure everybody does it at times.
See, I really wish I knew Jack was going to do this because I would have pointed my camera at him. But he just spun around like half a dozen times chasing his tail. It was adorable as shit.
Cute putty cat.
And now he's going to jump in his litter box and take a poo.
What made you look, Dad? Got your attention now. Watch me too.
Yeah, that's happening. It's not like a dog that'll stare you down while he does it.
Hey, Terry. There's
Hello,
one.
Terry.
Got one of the Australians in here.
Yay!
What's up?
The Australians are coming. The Australians are coming. I told
I'm so gonna like make a stream one day that's just titled "The Australians Are Coming."
you. You make sure you got a little three-pointed like Paul Revere hat on.
See, I've got a juvenile mind, so I think you know where I'm going with this.
Oh,
Really?
I'm already there.
I just imagined like a deluge of Aussie. What's wrong with me? What is wrong with me?
Well, at least you're not the one who called your channel Ozman Cometh.
Yeah. Yeah. My channel name at least doesn't have a double entendre.
I like double
Oh.
entendres. They're useful.
They are fun. It's like so are dirty limericks, but I mean I don't know. I guess it gets attention.
Yeah.
Well, there are times for it, but you have to be careful with your channel name because it can wind up limiting you.
Yeah. Like the limit my channel kind of has is my name is apparently difficult to pronounce, and by extension, spell.
It is not the common spelling of Beelzebub, but it's readable.
Well, I mean, okay, so the whole thing behind my channel name is making fun of people that say I worship the devil because I'm an atheist And the BM at the front are actually my first two initials. My real name is Ben Miller. So B Millsabub.
That's new information for me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got it. And, you know, it's a good name, but yeah, it took me a while to get the pronunciation for it, and like you say, until I was pronouncing it right, I really wasn't spelling it right.
I mean,
And
it's
that's the
funny.
biggest problem is if new people can't spell it, they can't search for you.
Yeah.
So
I
do
mean,
people
that's kind of fair, but I mean, it's like part of my brand now. So,
Oh yeah, definitely.
I have
You
a
managed to
question.
establish yourself.
I have a question. Okay, I have a song with my name in it. And everywhere I go, when people learn my name on a very, very regular basis, they shout a Rolling Stones phrase at me. Do you have a
Right.
problem with people quoting Michael Jackson lyrics to you? Because that's what popped in my head.
But what Michael Jackson lyrics?
Do you not know there is a Michael Jackson song named Ben?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh dear, you should go check that out.
Literally never happened to me. I mean, I've gotten all the standard juvenile jokes. You know, what are you doing, Jack? Like you know the pain relief cream Bengay. Hey Ben, how long you Bengay?
Oh no, that's just
I've gotten all the dumb shit like that, but never a Michael Jackson song.
well, it's actually a really, really pretty song. And it's a love song, it's a friendship song. But the only problem is he's about 11 or 12 when he did it, and he's singing to his pet rat. You should listen to it.
That's
It's very,
interesting.
it's really kind of pretty. It's a nice song.
And
I just
Doc
love it. When
Fearsome,
I meet people who have a name that has a song, I always say, "Do people yell lyrics at you?" Because I go, everybody's, Angie, everywhere. It's why? Why? Why did it have to be Mick Jagger? Why couldn't it have been somebody cute that did that? You know, who could sing?
And it's not even that good of a song either. Like I had a friend who was interested in a girl, and this was back in high school, so she was a girl at this point, not a woman yet. And he played that song Angie on repeat, and it got to the point where I wanted to beat him with a shovel.
Oh, I
Because
personally think it's
I
actually a
came
pretty
to hate
song.
that song.
If you look at the music and the words and you think about it musically, I think it's actually a pretty song. But as soon as Mick Jagger opens his mouth, it just ruins it. That's my personal opinion. I'm sorry to any Stones fans. I know they're all super famous, and I'm not, so who am I to judge? But then I've been hearing him scream my name my whole life. It's so annoying.
See, I prefer the Stones to the Beatles, but that's just because the Stones are more rock and roll. And
Yeah, I can go.
mean, come on, what's the Beatles' most favorite song? Or, oh, probably not their most famous song, but you know, one of the first songs that at least comes to my mind when I think Beatles. I wanna hold your hand. Kill me, kill me.
Most of their stuff kind of
I need
sounded
another
the same
beer.
to me, but
I'll be right back.
some that I
Beatles were
like, not all of them.
the Beatles were the first boy band. They were really the first band that was assembled and hyped.
I can see that because that's when the business was really getting kicked off into such things. Uh, I think a lot of artists like Elvis and some of the earlier African American artists who weren't really getting a lot of play, but their music was getting used by other artists and were making lots of money on it. And I think sometimes that gives rock and roll a little bit of a tainted past, but I cannot stop loving my rock and roll. I just can't. I can't
Well,
live
you
through it.
certainly can't do anything about the past of it. And
True.
You know, it is unfortunate that, yeah, a lot of the artists didn't get properly credited when their stuff was used.
That went on for a very, very long time too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Debbie Downer, shut up.
Well, and even for a large part, that rock really grew from jazz, and jazz was almost exclusively black musicians.
Yeah. Yeah, and the good blues and a lot of the stuff they called rockabilly came out of there too. So yeah, we got a lot of good basis for music from our formerly oppressed brothers.
Yeah, there's.
I don't
Yeah.
hate the Beatles. They're not. I'm not about the Beatles like some people were.
See,
I
I
like the
do want
Beatles, but, you know, I will say that some of the albums were complete misses. You know, that they had good periods and they had periods I just don't care for.
I have some Beatles songs in my repertoire for the Diva Angie show. So I like the Life Goes On. Oh blah dee, oh blah da, life goes on.
See, I do want to apologize to everyone who just heard my singing voice. I have really bad news for you. My singing voice has the same powers of that videotape from the movie The Ring. You're all gonna die in a week.
We're all gonna die.
Well, I had been thinking that I should do one video with me singing and then threaten people that if they don't subscribe to me on Patreon, I'll do a musical.
Oh God. See, if I did a musical, it'd be literally the most disliked video on YouTube. And Justin Bieber's, let's be generous and call it a song, Baby exists.
Well,
There
yeah,
have
Justin
always
Bieber, we
been-
don't even.
There have always been and will always be bad songs. That's just a thing. That's just a thing.
Oh, yeah. I can't think of the name of the band, but this was back in the 90s. They had a song, and the chorus and the title of the song was.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like,
Crash
get
Test
lazier.
Test Dummies? Was it Crash
Huh?
Test Dummies? I think it was Crash
It
Test.
might have been Crash Test Dummies. I honestly don't know.
Song. That was the name of it too. It was the song. That's
No, like even the title was.
yeah. It was a cool song though.
Oh, I hated it.
Weird. That's why I liked it because it was weird. I like weird music. I like odd. I'm like my number one most favorite band ever for as long as I live is Styx. Okay, take Mr. Roboto out of your head right now because I know that's the first thing everybody always thinks of. You have to go pre that, and some of their stuff is just rocks, man, and it's well orchestrated and the harmonies and all that stuff is. Some of them are like 7 or 8 minutes long. You never got to hear them on the radio because they don't play long songs, you know. So that's my favorite. I confessed.
Danny, what's the problem here? What's wrong with me liking Taylor Swift? And I could be making a joke here, but I'm not. I actually do like Taylor Swift. What's the problem? What's wrong with Taylor Swift? What'd she ever do to you? I mean,
Boy, it got real
I
quiet.
just murdered the chat.
Mental note: do not diss Taylor Swift in front of Bud.
Well,
See, Danny, that's the thing. I don't pay attention to what she does in real life. I just enjoy her music. And I listen to what I enjoy, which is interesting because I also listen to a metal band called Mushroom Head.
Ooh, I'm intrigued.
Mushroom Head? I've never heard of that one.
Oh, dude, they're awesome. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of difficult to describe. I mean, they're,
Okay, who's
I don't know.
this?
You probably have to hear them.
Okay, I'm getting confused by names here. I know this Ethan was in some previous streams, but I don't know who Ethan is.
Uh, progressive liberal, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
All right. Sorry, I didn't know what
It's
your real
okay.
name was.
No, it's okay. I was thinking, like, do I put my name in or do I put progressive liberal in? And then,
Yeah.
oh well. Hi, it's
Yeah,
me.
I sent him an invite, but I didn't recognize the name.
It's all good. Don't worry about it. How's it going, guys?
Progressive liberal might have a little more name recognition in this
Yeah.
community, but it's cool.
Yeah, probably.
Yes,
I probably
Robert.
got that wrong,
Like
but
Michael
oh
Jackson.
well.
Uh,
Hi, everybody.
We'll all survive.
Hello.
You see, I couldn't let you be the only one with a confusing name. I had to do some confusing as well, so that you didn't feel so alone.
Well, I
did it for you.
appreciate that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It's actually one of the problems I have with people on the internet is like everybody's got like 3 or 4 different names, and I have trouble keeping them linked together.
I know.
That's true.
See, okay, so this might lose me a little bit of respect as a gamer, but the PlayStation controller sucks. So deal with it.
It does.
I play on the Xbox One, and my gamer tag for the last literally half my life, because I have owned this gamer tag technically half the time, but it's a variant of my other one because I forgot the password, is Ethereal Cry. That confuses people.
Well, you know, what's funny is I like to put 420 in my name because my birthday is April 20th. Like, I was born on 420. But there are games where you try to put 420 in your tag,
He won't
and
let
they
you.
don't let you do it.
Yeah.
So,
Lame.
because I would just be Ethan 420 everywhere if I could be. But it's fine. It's
I
whatever.
got stuck in
420
the private
present, man.
chat. Like on the screen, I can't get out of private chat. It won't go back to public.
Lena just wants to chat about her privates.
Well, you know, there's nothing wrong with, pussy talk.
Sure, absolutely.
Instead of
You
pillow
people
talk.
in the
it's pussy
kink
talk.
community and talking about your privates.
Ah,
You people have strange fantasies about the things that I like to do.
yeah, I
Not
mean,
really. It's
I guess it depends on your
Everyone's got
definition
their
of strange.
that's the way I look at it. Everyone's got their kink. Just fuck off.
Exactly.
Be nice to people.
Exactly. There's 2 shirts I want. One says everyone has their kink, and there's another one. I think you can get it like doubled up where it's in the same shirt, but the other one, or you can do it like on the back or something. It says your kink is not my kink. Anyway, but
I like that.
I need a your kink is not my kink t-shirt because I have a lot of kinks and I respect everyone else's, but that doesn't mean it's mine.
Exactly.
I had to give up my kinks. I'm not that flexible anymore.
Well,
I'm not very
anymore.
flexible, but
Yeah,
you don't
just-
have to be flexible to be kinky.
You gotta be flexible to do what I want to do.
As long as everybody involved are consenting adults,
Is that
what
right,
they do on their own
Angie?
time is up to them. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff that I would never want to try myself.
Yeah.
I've seen a
That's
couple of
pretty much
things
where
that
I'm at.
made me ask how that happened.
I want to do like and this is something that's going to be like on my Patreon, obviously not regular YouTube, but
Sure.
one of the things like types of streams I want to do is like a watch along of different like documentary, like kink related documentaries, and also just like short stories and stuff like that, and kind of do like half education, half reaction, and then like have the audience like take a poll in real time to see how many people actually are into that kink, or how many people are like, oh fuck no, get it away from me type of thing.
Right.
And anyway, and we'll sit there and we'll discuss kinks, and depending
That's
on what it
interesting.
is we're discussing, I'm well, I'm totally okay with putting it on the internet, depending on what it is.
See,
Anyway,
Sure. Yeah. I mean, some
like
of them you
within
can't.
reason.
That sounds
Right.
lovely.
Like my floggers, I bring those on YouTube anyway, so why not?
Yeah. Well, that's just a flogger. That's
Yeah.
anybody can
But I
own one.
really want to show people like the nitty gritty. Like I want people's reactions to like some of the more extreme stuff that you can only see like for example, not only do I have a Fet Life, but I also donate to Fet. And so because I donate or because you support the site, you can view all of their videos.
Oh, okay.
And so there's a lot of videos that the public does not have access to because, unless you don't donate.
Right.
And when edited down or only shown in, very short snippets, so that obviously I don't dox anybody or anything like that, it's just very interesting to like get a little peek into like, what's going on. Like, hey, here's this word. Associate word with action. What do you think?
Right.
Like I want to do a reaction video to a zipper line, a needle zipper line, and see what people think of it.
A what? A needle what?
Zipper. It's called a zipper.
A needle zipper.
Yeah, because most zippers are clothespins. A zipper.
Wait,
they're-
hold
they're
on, wait.
clothes-
Wait,
I'm
what?
listening intently. I look.
Okay.
I'm completely lost here. What are you
Okay.
talking about?
Okay, so we'll start at the beginning with just a basic zipper. A
Okay.
zipper are typically clothespins. They can be any material, but they're typically clothespins that are placed on the body, and then they are interconnected with a string of some kind, something
Okay.
strong and something that's going to hold on to it. And so you place them on, and they're
When
interconnected
you
by
say
the
place
string.
them on, you're putting them
and-
through your skin.
Yeah,
Like,
and
Okay.
then you rip it.
Nope. Nope.
like getting a piece of skin and hanging on, right?
We
And
don't
then you
have-
tear them all off at the same time.
Yeah,
Now let her finish. Okay, I just want to make sure I've got the right visual
yeah.
here.
You rip the
Nope.
cord, and it
Nope.
knocks them all off at
Okay.
the same time.
So you just get a big old pinch,
Mm.
right? It's a pinch.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no blood or nothing. It's just a pinch.
Yeah, for clothespins, no, there's no blood. For needles, there's blood.
Ooh.
I'm one of those people that's kind of phobic of needles, so
Yeah, me too. That would
Yeah.
not be something that I would
Yeah.
can't stand them.
Yeah,
Like, the
definitely not
last
something
time-
to watch if you.
To-
if you're
Tony
scared of
Design
needles.
says they're clothespins. Yeah, I know. She started with
Whoa.
needles. She went to clothespins,
Nope.
but she started
Nope.
with needles.
Let me put.
Yeah,
let me
well, I've
put it
seen
to
the
you this
clothespin
way.
thing, so I
The
know what
last
you
time-
meant.
I like needles.
Oh,
Okay,
the last
well,
time
that
I
makes
went
one of
to
them.
the doctor for a blood draw, I was sweating like the closest description I can think of is a whore in church. Seriously.
TV Tube put up a great motto here for a kinkster. Feel horny, don't repent, consent.
Damn right.
That is good. I like that.
Yes.
Me too.
But I realized my logic like worked backward, and also the experience level totally worked backwards. But that's because I like needles, and then I had to explain what a zipper was, so I had to go to the basics. But yeah,
See, this is why I do live streams with you people, because usually on my live streams we're talking about like, I don't know, what were we talking? Gun control.
Religion and politics, right?
Yeah, we're
wanna
talking about
talk
religion and
gun
politics.
control.
Yeah.
I come talk
Oh.
to you guys, and it's all about needles and clothespins and body zippers and floggers and baby Jesus butt dildos or something. I don't know where we're going next, but that's why I love you. I love you all so much.
See,
I
okay.
love you too.
So I saw something
We're
when
a
I
good
was on Pornhub for reasons.
You're just there for the articles, of course, like everyone.
Yeah.
But go on.
I'm there for the articles, and Pornhub actually does, by the way, have sexual health awareness portion of their website. So
Mhm.
do go there. I've heard
Sure.
good things.
Absolutely.
But there was one video, and I think it was one of the kink.com uploads. One of my personal favorite kinksters, Bonnie Rotten, was doing a video with them. And in the beginning of the video, they showcased like this whole consent scene, and they went over the various safe words. And at one point in the video, she was gonna have a ball gag in her mouth. So they were like, okay, so what's gonna happen if you don't want something to happen after you're wearing the ball gag? I think that's actually really healthy that they're showing that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not necessarily something people think about.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a very good thing. Well, I mean, like there's a whole list of. I really need to Google it. But there's a whole list of like different organizations. Like one of the big ones is the
I'll be right back.
the National Coalition for Sexual Freedom. That's one of them. And there are organizations that are dedicated to both sex education and awareness, obviously. But for example, in the case of the National Coalition for Sexual Freedom, their organization is political, legal, social, etc., and it's to help people within and outside of the United States, but mostly in the United States, understand and advance the rights of consenting adults and understand consent, so that the mainstream understands that, okay, while you see something that you don't like and that you may not be into, you have to understand that that doesn't mean it's abuse. Like, yeah, is it good to be proactive and be like, hey, these people might be like, he might be in an abusive relationship, she might be in an abusive relationship. Yeah, it's always good to be proactive. But it's not good to shove that shit down people's throats and then call the police when it's been explained to you, oh no, this is totally consensual, like we're just weird. Like that's not cool.
Right.
Don't call the police on people's personal lives, please. Anyway.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm more of a dominant kind of person, and I mean, if the neighbors had called the police when a former partner of mine and I were going at it, out of context, it might have sounded bad, but
yeah,
there was prior consent involved. And
exactly.
A lot of the issue is that there's not really much of an understanding of kink, and I don't have the greatest understanding of kink. I mean, shit, Silver, I was you explained how much to me at a few different points. It's just because something might seem bad from the outside, if you actually pay attention and realize that there is consent, it's not the same.
It changes everything, literally everything, because you can have two situations that on the surface appear to be the same exact thing. Like, for example, case in point, it's extreme, but still, case in point, self-harming, which is an act of destruction. It is a self-destructive act. And, a lot of things that I could describe within the kink community, like, for example, the thing I just mentioned, needles. These are things that you don't necessarily have to have a partner to do, and not everyone does them with a partner. Some people just do them on themselves. So, out of context, those can look like the same thing, but they're not, because your mentality, you're not doing it because you hate yourself. You're not doing it because you're so depressed and you're You know what I'm saying? It's a totally different reason. So something that can look the same, but it's not. Consent totally changes the game. And
Yeah,
the
I knew a woman who
1950s
was.
style
Sorry.
relationship, that's a classic one that doesn't involve, a lot of people don't really refer it back to kink very much, but it very much does have a kink aspect. It has a power exchange, which therefore makes it BDSM related. Um, but some people want that. It's not that their partner has beaten them into submission. It's that they want that type of lifestyle. And if they want that and consent to that, there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go
Absolutely.
ahead.
No, I agree.
I do too.
I agree.
I don't care what you do in your bedroom. you know.
Right.
Well,
Or
and
even
sometimes it's
separate-
not all in the bedroom, but
Yeah.
you draw reasonable
on now.
lines.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
No, but I mean that's some of it is
I'm a
where
closet exhibition.
other people can see it. Some of the people into the power exchange, do like wearing the slave collars in public and things.
Oh, yeah.
I guess, worst kink is being an exhibitionist. I used to like to drive around topless, shock people.
That is the thing. That is the thing.
It wasn't pervy or anything. It was just like, it's not fair. This guy can pass me and driving a pickup truck with no shirt on. It's 99
Yeah,
degrees
I mean,
outside, no air
The
conditioning.
idea is that,
Whatever.
like I could get
But
on if I turn my
that's-
camera on right now and I took my shirt off and I showed my nipples on this stream right now, YouTube wouldn't care. But if
None of it-
either of you showed your nipples,
Everybody would run
Channel
screaming, my eyes! No.
this channel could get deleted. Like, it makes literally no
know.
sense.
I know. Like, my nipples have purpose, okay? They can
Exactly.
feed babies. Your
All
nipples
nipples
don't do
have
anything except sit there.
All nipples have purpose. How funny would guys look if they actually looked like a Ken doll?
Hey, remember this: tits are for
Didn't have
kids.
nipples. How weird would it look, right? Think about your Ken doll. Think about your
Tits
Steve
are for
Austin
kids.
figure, whatever. No nips. That's weird.
It is.
Tits are for kids.
Tits are for kids.
Tip of the day.
Well, that is true.
Y'all caught me having my Oreos and milk. This is my sleeping pill right here.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
Does anybody remember? I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about or not, but does anybody know of the organization that deals with how do I phrase this? They're against things like circumcision. They're very much your body, your choice, no matter your gender. They don't believe that like infants should have any surgeries unless it's health related. And they do a lot of like outreach programs teaching about that type of thing. Do y'all know what I'm talking about?
I know the group you're talking about. I don't remember what's called.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah,
I've.
can't
I.
remember the
It's the
name.
first I've heard of it, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Really
well,
glad
that's
there is such a group.
like you say, the biggest thing is about them, saying that circumcision is actually a body mutilation, and that should never be done to a child.
Right? Yeah, I've heard that.
I do think that
I agree.
me personally, I would not circumcise my son. Like, if that's something that my child wanted to do after they, became old enough to make that decision, cool, they can do that. But if they choose to do it for aesthetics, awesome. But I'm not going to do it to them because you're removing the most sensitive part. It's literally like a woman's clit, okay? Just saying.
I wouldn't even pierce babies' ears in my salon. They had to be of at least like 10 years old or so that they knew, they could understand how to clean their hands. They could understand how to take care of it. And they could say, that hurts. I don't want it. And if I got through the first one and they didn't want me to do the second one, I don't care what mama says. We're taking it out. Just be still, baby. I'll take it out. We won't do the other one.
Yeah.
I don't think you should hurt kids, period. Anybody that hurts a kid, Oh, that's my number one on my list. I'm just, oh.
No, I agree. I mean, a lot of people don't when it comes, a lot of people would think that, oh, ear pierce, like that's such a small thing. But in reality, no, it's something that changes your body, and every body is different. And some people like me, it heals if you take it out, it heals like that, it's gone. Other people not so much though. As soon as it's pierced for life,
Yeah.
and not everyone wants that.
Well,
They
and
just
people
don't.
don't think about the fact that when that baby grows, those holes aren't going to stay where they are.
Yeah, they move. Like,
Ears
I
aren't.
waited until I
Your
was
ears grow,
16
your
to
head
get
grows.
mine pierced. Yeah.
Right.
It's absurd. And that baby did not ask for those earrings. You are piercing that baby's ears for your own vanity. That is my opinion. So
Thank
that
you.
Yeah, of
your
course.
baby can look cute and everybody can go, oh, how cute is your baby?
Yeah,
Like,
and I don't think it's
for the
cute. I think
parent.
it's creepy.
That
I think
is for the parents. And I'm just like, nope.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
my ears got pierced, but not until I think I was 18 when I finally got them pierced. And they've never healed back. But I have friends that got their ears pierced and had the exact same thing happen where they got pierced as like a baby and they moved around and they had to get them re-pierced when they were, in high school, whatever age that
Yeah.
is.
And mine actually, because I had to have mine pierced, like, oh my God. I've had my ears pierced 15 times
Oh my
before it
God.
stuck correctly. Yeah, I kept getting infections and it kept
Right.
closing up and it was weird. But I have keloid scars, like where all of those piercings occurred. And the only thing you
oh,
can do with that is surgery. I'm not having surgery, like it's not
Yeah, fuck that.
necessary. Like my ears are fine. I'll be fine.
sorry
But
about
like,
that, Bob. I thought you'd stepped away. I didn't realize it
yeah,
was
you are.
waiting for me to click on you.
Yeah,
Denny,
I
clip
unplugged
on
my
your
webcam so I could take you with me and I could continue talking, but that didn't work.
Moved too far away from your router, lost the signal.
No. Okay, so like I'm right now. I'm looking at my camera and it's a separate webcam from the built-in piece of shit in my laptop.
I have one.
And I was going downstairs to grab another beer, but we were at an interesting point in the conversation and I didn't want to leave. So, not wanting it to fall over and cause a bunch of racket every time it did, I unplugged it, took the computer with me. But yeah, StreamYard kicked me out of the main broadcast because I
It
unplugged
did that to me last night. I got kicked.
Yeah.
I gotta get my
But yeah,
kick.
no, like, so speaking as a male that was circumcised against their will, aka my dad thought it should look like mine, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
I hear that more
It's
than
not
anything.
okay. It's not okay. The same Dr. Kellogg, which literally is the same dude that made Kellogg cereal, had this idea that if you cut off
That's
the the sheath around that goes around the tip of the male member, that'll stop them from masturbating later in life.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I got bad news for him. It didn't stop me.
There
Yeah.
were.
No, it
It
didn't
made
stop
me
me at
feel
all.
bad about it, but it didn't stop me.
right.
He also thought eating those cornflakes would lessen the desire for such things. That they were so what was the word?
They were so wholesome or something?
wholesome or boring or whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it. Freaking
To make you less legitimate.
Yeah, actually, the
Bad
whole
news.
Kellogg's, the Kellogg's cornflakes, and by that, all the Kellogg's cereals actually came from them originally running a spa, and this was one of their woo treatments.
Love it.
Like to keep people from to keep them from being horny or something?
Yes, it
No,
was supposed to eliminate the sexual urges.
Yeah,
Now that's what I need.
yeah. Basically, he didn't want you jerking his gherkin. Or jerking your gherkin, not his.
I need that. I need something to suppress.
Yeah. Let's not get into the numerous problematic things Kellogg would have thought about homosexuality, let alone masturbation.
Well, yeah.
You know, but I mean, another thing I wanted to bring up was, I don't know if the rest of you remember it, but a couple of years ago, Rush Limbaugh literally did a segment where he talked about the left, because you know we're all those awful people,
Mm-hmm.
and our new standard, because apparently it's new, was consent. Like, how do you rail against having consensual sex with somebody?
Well,
Well,
first,
Do that.
the first thing you have to do is you have to be a rapist, okay?
Yep.
And then
Also, be Rush
people-
Limbaugh.
right, then you have to be Rush Limbaugh, and then people have to start getting really fucking upset about people like Rush Limbaugh raping people, and then you have to try and defend that. So that's the steps you have to go through.
Well, I think it comes from the attitude that, women are property, that a man should be allowed to do whatever he wants to them.
Right. Well, I think it's more than that, because it's like I keep seeing the we did my wife and I did this stream like last week, I think, on the age of consent, because Alan Dershowitz wrote this op-ed years ago about how the age of consent should be lowered, blah 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 blah. He said the age of consent should be lowered to 16 because constitutionally a 16-year-old can have an abortion without telling their parents. So if they can have an abortion without telling their parents, they should be able to consent to sex. It's complete bullshit, of course. So there's this idea that because a body can biologically has sexed with, that the body, that therefore having sex with it isn't wrong.
Yeah.
Which completely ignores the brain development and stuff, which doesn't happen until the mid-20s.
Exactly.
So I think it's that same kind of mentality that because I can be biologically attracted to a certain body shape, then I should be able to express my sexual feelings onto it without any regard for the person that has the biological shape that I find physically attractive. I don't understand it. I'm trying to explain it, even if I don't understand
Yeah.
it.
Well, okay, so let me put it to you this way. I'm one of those people. You know the Barney Stinson rule? Is it Barney Stinson?
I do not.
It might not be Barney Stinson. No, it's Parks and Recreation. Who's it? It doesn't matter. From Parks and Recreation, the character that Aziz Ansari plays tells Chris Pratt's character, why can I not remember these names? The general rule for dating someone is half your age plus 7 years. And I kind of subscribe to that rule because for me, it works out either way is, over the age of 21, which is
right.
a personal rule of mine anyway. They have to legally be able to drink.
Sure.
And by the way, kids, no does not mean more shots.
Exactly.
Don't get someone drunk with the intent of having sex with them, thinking it'll suddenly be consensual. If they're too drunk to know what the fuck's going on, they're not consenting.
Right.
And you deserve to be fucked in not the fun way.
Of course.
But I kind of blanked where I was going on that one. But oh no, I got it. I've got it again. So let's talk about this age of consent thing. Let's say, like with the state of Ohio, the age of consent is actually 16, so long as the partner that is over that age of consent is within 10 years.
So a Romeo and Juliet type of thing.
What's that?
Those are called Romeo and Juliet laws, is what those are referred to as.
Yeah, basically.
Typically,
And the only reason I know about this is because a friend of mine's daughter who was
age gap.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Lena?
I was saying the Romeo and Juliet, typically it's not such a large window. Typically it's like 3 to 4, depending on the state, 3 to 4 years.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway,
it's a little weird, but
back when this event happened, Ohio was Actually, probably not at all different because this is a disturbingly right-wing state, and we don't change that much.
Right.
But at this point, a friend of mine's daughter who had just recently turned 16, she had been groomed by someone who was in their 40s and wanted to do some unacceptable shit. Groomed her and tried to take advantage of this Romeo and Juliet law, not realizing they had to be within 10 years, and they were within 45. What we're talking about with something like that, if it's like if someone's 5 years older than you and you're still underage, I personally think the power dynamic becomes questionable.
Yeah.
You know, 10 years, you're crossing a line. 45 years, you have leapt over the line, climbed a mountain, and taken a piss on the line.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I think it all comes down to power dynamics.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know, and if you have a sufficient amount of power over someone, can it really be consensual? And let's take every Christian's favorite example. God, the Lord of the universe, impregnated, damn it, I will be able to speak the English language properly, impregnated Mary, a 13-year-old girl. Let's talk about the power dynamic there.
Yeah. Could she have really said no to God? Like, seriously, you expect a child to say no to God? What?
Well, I mean, you're expecting any subordinate of the one true Lord to say no.
Right.
It's not going to happen. That's like a dictator, Kim Jong-un or Hitler or
Exactly.
Stalin going up to someone. You will have sex with me, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Because what choice do you have?
Right.
The difference is it's on a celestial level.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I take issue sometimes when people say that rape is always about power. It's not always about power. It is sometimes about power.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just about availability. It's just you're there, you're horny, and there's someone that you're able to exploit, so you do.
Yeah.
Not saying you, I'm just the royal.
I would argue that still has a power dynamic.
Sure. I could get specific if you want me to, but
Because
I'm just saying
how pathetic do you have to be to not be able to control yourself?
Sure. I mean, yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. I think there's
midway through, and my partner told me to stop, so I did the unthinkable and stopped.
Yeah, no, I've had that happen as well. I think that there's also mental illness that can affect it too. We like to always assume that criminals are within the right state of mind, but far too often they aren't. Something's wrong in their brain. Doesn't excuse it. It's just an explanation.
Right.
But I think that what Christians far too often rely on is they like to talk about the fear of God, right? It's not just about serving God, it's about being afraid of him.
Yep.
And if you can take that fear of God and install that fear of God in them and relate that to anyone who is above you in the hierarchy of your church or synagogue or whatever temple, you can relate the two, and you can use and you can use that fear to take the power. So I think that's a big part of it too. There's this string of fear, and there's also a string of guilt, in that if you don't please God, that's shameful somehow. So it's not just about giving up the power; it's about making sure that you are shamed if you stand up for yourself.
Very much so.
Yeah. I mean, I still think it mostly breaks down to a power dynamic. But
oh, sure. I'm talking about 5% of cases. I'm not saying that it's.
Yeah.
It's. I'm just saying it happens. It does happen.
Right. I'll be right back. I gotta get my Coke.
Yeah, Angie, you were asking how long
Cokeaholic.
I'm gonna go. I was figuring, 2, maybe 3 hours here. Like I said, Silver said that she'd pick it up afterward.
How much longer are you guys planning to go? Just until?
Until nobody wants to do it anymore, I guess.
Right.
That seems to be the way it's going.
I think at this
Yeah.
point it's just kind of for the hell of it. We all want to push it to be at least 48 hours continuous.
Right. That is cool.
Hmm.
You should have told me. I'd have done one on my channel. Totally would have.
Plateau in the fundraising department. We've been stuck at 900 for several hours now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, we all have fairly small channels and we've got a lot of overlap. So we're
Right.
just pretty much talking to the same people hour after hour.
Sure.
But we do have until he said he's got until Friday, I think. And correct me if I'm wrong, Doc, if you're still in the chat, that he had until Friday to go through with this particular car. But so we can still keep sharing and
Yeah.
keep sharing the videos of all the streams that we've already done.
Well, that's what I had
Go
heard.
back and watch them. Go back and watch them because the links are all there. So. It's not
Unfortunately, I
over.
think the downside of it is that if we can't come up with enough money by Friday, I think Doc will lose the deposit he put down on it.
I know. I don't know how to fix that.
So he's in a bad situation already, and if that happens, he's out a couple $100 more.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't want to see that happen.
I know everybody that I have talked to, you all have talked to too, so everybody's trying to get the word out as much as we can. I don't know what else to do, guys. I'm trying, Doc. We're all trying.
Yeah, I put I tweeted the link out. I'll tweet it out again in the morning too.
It's just yet another reason I need to learn how to live stream under YouTube's new thing, because Hangouts isn't an option anymore.
I'm telling you right now, this StreamYard is super easy. It's so easy I can do it, and I'm a dipshit. So
Yeah, actually, even for all the trouble I have with everything, I figured out the StreamYard on my own in less than 2 hours.
Yeah, it's super easy.
Yeah, and the way that I do it, where it's all produced
watermark, and I can't afford to pay them. So
yeah, well, this is okay. If you want to use the free version, you're limited to 6 people in the chat, and you're always going to have their logo up in the top corner there, which sometimes is covering somebody's face.
Yeah,
that's part of why I hate it. It's because it covers someone's face.
Well, if you want to do it the way that I do it, I pay $25 every 3 months for XSplit, and then we get in a Zoom call, and then I use XSplit to put up the camera and everything in the right place, and then I use Stream Elements, and I build the overlay over on the Stream Elements website, and then I get a web page link, and then I put that in XSplit. Like it's a whole deal. It's a whole production.
Yeah. I mean, I'm considering using OBS, but that just seems like a painful process to learn.
OBS and XSplit are very similar. Yeah, I like XSplit because it lets me. There's a few little tiny itsy bitsy things that XSplit does that OBS doesn't. That's why I'm willing to pay for it. But OBS is great. I mean, I'm doing gaming streams on my channel now, and I'm using OBS for that. So yeah, it works perfectly. It's free. So can't be free.
Yeah, that's mostly what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I did it professionally for a while. Like, I worked at nonprofits on communications teams where we had to use XSplit. So it's not like I was, like born with the information. It was, I learned it at work. I mean, but there's plenty of YouTube videos with tutorials on how to set up Stream Elements and how to set up XSplit and set up Zoom. I mean, the information's out there. You just got to go research it and then do what I did, where I've got live streams where everything's fucked. And
Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to do several test streams before I try to actually do a serious live stream that I need to get done. Which incidentally has to happen before the end of the month for my monthly live show. But yeah.
Okay, Doc's with us now.
Hey.
Yeah, Danny was saying that the car, he test drove it, and it's a really nice car, the one that he's looking at.
Oh,
So,
okay, it's the Mercury Sable. I thought he had said it was the Ford Focus before. Okay.
I'm gonna grab another beer. I'll be right back.
No problem.
I just don't know what else to do. I mean, we can keep streaming as long as anybody wants to do it.
As long as we're having some decent conversations, I'm good.
Yeah.
It's not like, it's actually fairly rare for me to get to bed before sunrise. My schedule's gotten that badly out of whack again.
Well, I've kind of had to back off a little bit of, having a tight rein on it and making sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to do kind of thing. Because
But we appreciate everything you did to organize it. You really, you scheduled it, you got it launched.
I surprised myself a little bit. I was happy to do it. I'm more than willing to do it again if anybody else needs any other help. But yeah, it surprised me. It snowballed, like herding cats all of a sudden.
Yeah, right.
It was good. I'm impressed. I am blown away by the goodness and the kindness and the generosity of all these people that I've met here, and just I love y'all.
Yeah, there's some great people, man.
It's nice to see, that people can come together for a common cause and help somebody out. That people can really come together to help one individual.
Y'all make me glad to be a human again. I was really kind of hating on the whole species there for a while.
I know, right?
Well, I've been in situations where I've needed help myself before, and
me too.
It's just, it feels good to be able to do something.
It does. It does.
Being without my wheels is the number one thing for me. I can't deal. I get absolutely stir crazy. Even if there's nowhere I need to go, just knowing I can't just hop up and go where I need to go. It relate especially to Doc not having wheels.
I know, right?
I love my car. Her name is Carlisle.
I'm over here checking out your channel, Angie. I can't believe I've never watched any of your videos.
Oh, I'm so little. I'm not surprised you haven't seen any of them yet.
Okay. Hello.
I'm going to. I'm going to do it.
Cool. I'm going to get some more stuff on there.
I know, right?
See, I think everyone should check out my channel because I make some good shit.
You do make some great shit.
I love your channel.
Yeah.
Mikey and I actually want you to come on our show soon, so I'm going to DM you about that probably.
What's that, Ethan?
Tomorrow. Oh, Mikey and I were talking. We want you to come on our show, so I'm going to DM you about that.
Yeah, definitely.
Tomorrow, and we'll figure something out.
Yeah, as long as I'm not running the show, because I don't know how to do that yet.
No, you get to just sit there and look pretty.
Oh, well, that's easy. Look at me.
I know.
Gorgeous lump of clay right here.
I mean, I can't look at you too much, or I'm gonna.
It's too arousing.
Think horrible. I'm gonna have the horrible fantasies that Lena was bringing up earlier, but I'm start having about you.
Oh,
No.
I mean, as long as none of those. As long as none of the fantasies involve needles, we're good.
Oh, okay, cool. Awesome.
That shit freaks me out.
Oh, yeah, me too.
He's just going to do everything else to you that's going to freak you out.
And I love that she just like casually says, "Yeah, it's a needle zipper," and like that's just a cat. It's just a thing.
Yeah.
Well, it is.
I know. I mean, I know it is.
But it's casual.
It's like you said for a T-shirt that you want, Silver. It's your kink is not my kink.
Bob, to me, you are like
freak me out.
You're like what's the word I'm looking for? Spicy teddy bear.
I'm a spicy teddy bear.
I like that. Dude, change your channel name. Spicy Teddy Bear. Do it.
You need to make a separate channel. Spicy Teddy Bear. And it can be like...
Well, because you're sharp and you're witty and you're smart, but you're just so cuddly too. This is my sick, twisted, weird brain, I guess. I don't know. I just think you're adorable. I I'm fangirling a little bit right now.
Look at her. She's blushing.
I don't even
Yeah.
have any makeup on, and my hair looks. I'm doing boy hair right now, so
It's fine. It's okay.
you're safe, honey. I'm so married, it hurts.
Okay. Tony says he's going to leave the stream open, but sounds like he's falling asleep on us.
All right.
Honey,
That happens.
It does.
close your eyes.
What? It's barely 2 o'clock in the morning.
He was on my Discord basically the entire day,
Yeah.
so I'm sure he's exhausted.
So apparently, my friend Allie is. She was at my stream earlier and last night, but she's trying to watch on YouTube, but it keeps it stops playing, and she's like, "Is there a way that I can just sit and listen?" So I sent her the link if she wants to come in. You don't have to.
Well, I'm going to be
actually put her
dropping off
in,
soon anyway,
just let her
so
listen.
The more
'cause
the merrier.
I'm getting some side eye over here, and I can hear in a minute it's going to say, "You about ready to lie down?" That's going to happen within the next 5 minutes. I guarantee it.
Ah.
Oh,
Well, at least you got somebody inviting you to bed. That's
Yeah, I don't know.
Why
Have
for
you
me?
met her though? Like,
you still got
Oh.
somebody inviting you to bed, okay?
That's
I don't
better.
have anybody inviting me to bed. Purple don't
Yeah.
have nobody inviting him to bed.
I
We're just
mean,
lonely little kinky stupid people. Okay.
on a scale of 1 to 10, she's a solid 12. I just got to throw that out there.
Sweet.
So
That's the good answer.
Oh.
she doesn't
That
believe
is
me though.
great.
Like, I can see the way that her body language is right now.
Seems like you're just saying that because you're
Yeah.
talking to friends.
Yeah. And I know we'll get into bed, and she'll be like, "Why aren't you snuggling with me? Play with my hair. Play with my hair." She got her hair cut today, because I literally had to call the salon and said, "This is a true story." She has been for the last 2 months. She's like, "I've split ends. I'm like, "Go get your hair cut." "Oh, I don't want to get it cut. I don't want to get it cut." I was like, "Okay, where do you go get your hair cut?" And I searched it on the phone, and I called them on speakerphone, and I was like, "Yes, my wife wants to get her hair cut." He's like, "Has she been here before?" "I don't know." Then I handed the phone over to her. Then she got home, and she was like, "Look how good my hair looks. I really like it. It feels so good. Run your hands through it." I'm like, "Yeah, I know."
Happy
You know,
birthday.
that whole run your hands through my hair. That's totally a line. I think she wanted you.
Yeah,
to
not when you're
run
married
your
though.
fingers
'Cause-
through her hair.
yeah, not when you're married and the 2-year-old is standing right there, face covered in whatever
Okay, yeah.
she's found.
Not
Yeah.
when the kid's in
No.
the room. No.
Yeah, the 2-year-old makes it a different.
Yeah, it was a very I mean, I take your
I was
point.
with my man for 13 years, and
Yeah.
I never just went run your fingers through my hair. No.
Yeah, no, that's I hear what you're saying, but it's just a thing with it. Like, she died. You guys probably didn't see my gun control stream, but
I need to watch it.
she and the toddler were at the well, I said something about wanting to dye my hair blue, and she said, "Okay, well, I'll go to the store and find some hair dye." And so she took the toddler with her. Well, the toddler picked out the dye that is currently in my hair.
Oh no!
So I have Joker green hair. I showed it at the very end of the live stream the other night.
I have to watch this before
Because
I go to bed.
that's
Oh, my
what you do
fucking
when you're a
Lord.
stepdad and your stepdaughter brings home hair dye
That's
and wants to dye your hair. You better fucking get your hair dyed,
That's
or you give up
adorable.
your dad card right there.
Yep.
Yep. You'd have
My,
to do it. I was never put in that situation, but
My
there were a
brother,
lot of things that I did for little girls.
Yeah.
my brother has bright pink hair that his stepdaughter picked out from
Sure.
Hot Topic.
That's how it goes. That's how that goes. Yeah, and when they're in there painting their fingernails, and she goes, "You, guess what? I might end up with some toddler-designed French tips, but that's okay."
Yep. I had
All
my
right.
nails painted a couple of times that way.
Hi, Naja.
Hey, Notch is here. How's it
Oh,
going?
hey, Nacha.
Hey,
Good to see you. All right, I am gonna go to bed.
Oh, wait, we've got a
Nice.
message from Doc. Look in the chat.
Wait, what?
Purple, look at Doc's message
Yep.
and read that out.
Doc says, I'm overwhelmed by everyone's support for how all you have come together.
Aww.
the work, the hours, the put in. Even if we don't reach the dollar goal, the campaign has been a success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Doc. You're awesome. We love you, man.
We're gonna keep going, and we're gonna do this damn thing, man. We're
We're
gonna
gonna
do
get it for you.
We ain't dead yet.
Yeah.
All right. I am going to bed. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good
Ethan.
night, Ethan.
I will check in with you guys tomorrow, and I'll use my proper name next time. I promise. Nobody gets confused.
Your
No,
proper.
yeah, I'll try to remember for next time. It's just like I say,
That's all right.
people have, they've got the YouTube channel, they've got the regular name, they've got a different name on Twitter,
Yeah.
and I just sometimes have trouble keeping it all filed
It's all
together.
good.
Of this is all
It's
the
all
same
good.
person.
I mean, I'm a complete moron, so I mess stuff up all the time. So when other people mess stuff up, like I don't go after. I'm like, dude, same.
Well, I'm horrible with remembering people's names in the real world. So
Me too. Really bad.
No, you're good. You're good. All right. Good night, everybody, and I will see you all soon.
yep, we'll catch you around.
I'm gonna have to go watch I already wanted to see the gun control video, but now I want to see it even more for the
Yeah.
blue head.
Yeah, I got some bub videos to catch up on. I've got all kinds of stuff to catch up on.
Oh,
Okay,
I don't know.
Silver, was Owly Nights, was that one of your friends?
Allie, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
She just wants to hang out in the
The back.
Okay, in the side chat there. Yeah.
yeah.
See,
Okay.
I actually like how, I mean, for me, it's yesterday's video is going on my channel. For those of you who haven't seen it, let me, eventually get it linked in the chat. But, it's titled "I Was in the U.S. Air Force," and I think it was Mark Caesar. I could be wrong. I probably am wrong. Said he didn't see the rant that I went on coming, but he absolutely agreed. And it's, you know how some people will say, if you want to disrespect the American flag, you can get your ass beat. That stupid shit.
My mother and
Yeah.
my stepfather.
Oh, it was David Knight. I was wrong. Whoops.
We were talking about disrespecting the flag.
Yeah, disrespecting the flag. Like, okay, first of all, how are you going to, give your allegiance to a piece of cloth? That by itself is just ridiculous. But, like the biggest weapon that people like that have in their arsenal is people like me that served in the military.
Yeah.
People fought and died for your rights to do blah, blah, blah. So you should have to do this. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah. People often get so obsessed with protecting the symbol they forget what it represents.
Hello.
Fucking men. Yes.
It pissed me off. I had heard and seen so much of that shit going on that I decided to make a video about it because I was just done.
Awesome.
I wasn't going to listen to any more of this bullshit.
I can't wait to see that.
I started to watch it, but I got called out of the room, so I didn't see the end of it.
Yeah, I ended it not so kindly.
My mother is like the epitome of what I call lip service to our military. She, like the words you just said to mock, she literally says that unironically all the time. It's in all her Facebook posts, which is why I'm not on Facebook. It's on all of her everything, everywhere. And I'm just like, Mom, shut the fuck up.
Tell her that you spoke to a real live military veteran, and he says to stop that shit.
It don't matter. You tell them that they don't care. They'll throw you well, he must be one of them damn liberal pansies.
She
Yeah,
doesn't care. That's
yeah,
exactly. My mom's just like, oh, they're just liberal, blah 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 blah.
I'm a liberal pansy. I literally put my life on the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a break, right? Yeah, every time I walk into my dad's house, and I love him, he's my buddy, he's my best buddy, but every time I walk there, he's got Fox News on the TV, and I'm like, I told you to quit watching that crap.
Right? Oh,
Fuck
it's so
fucking
frustrating.
news.
Stop
It's
watching
so
it. You would not
frustrating.
pick up a National Enquirer in the grocery store. If you're the kind of person who would not pick up a National Enquirer and buy it and take it home,
And you shouldn't be watching Fox.
Oh.
Exactly.
I mean, Fox is the loudest dog whistle out there.
Oh yeah.
It's like all I go
Especially
to.
Tucker Carlson. He's one of the biggest ones.
They have entire documentaries on how not only Fox began, but to this day is still the biggest propaganda machine for the right
Yeah.
in the country.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they were designed to do, and they do it very effectively.
Whoa. I'm on the YouTube channel and it says an error occurred. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let me try refreshing it.
Yeah, try to refresh.
No, when I click to the YouTube tab, we're still all moving around.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, yeah, it's still good. But I remember back before Bill O'Reilly got fired, I used to watch Fox News. I used to be a Republican. I'll own that shit. He used to call like MSNBC and CNN the lamestream media.
Mhm.
And I look back at it and I'm like, dude, you're 70 years old at the time you're saying this. You really want to call anyone else the lamestream media? Oh, Fox is the most trusted news outlet. Well, yeah, sure. If you're pulling morons, I guess.
Yeah, fair and balanced
Fair and balanced. I'll tell you what's fair and balanced.
for your grandma's pleasure.
Yeah, well, it's like you say.
No. See, no one cares about grandma because grandma's a woman.
For your
It's
grandpa.
like you say. It's easy to get the answers you want if you pick the people you pull. So does Fox News get that most trusted rating by pulling people exiting a Trump convention?
This
Yeah.
is why
Probably.
Bernie's town hall on Fox was one of the most epic Fox moments in history. When you have an entire audience of Fox-picked audience members that cheer him on, they were all just like, oh shit, what's happening?
Yeah.
Our drones are agreeing with Bernie. Fuck. Help.
Well,
Help.
I mean, Bernie has something going for him. He's a populist. And he's actually a populist. He's not a populist like Trump is a populist.
Bernie
Where
is
Trump
Well, Bernie's also the only one who's actually proposing some actual solutions.
and has been for
Yeah.
years.
Oh yeah.
Decades.
You know,
I wouldn't say years.
I actually might get some shit for this, but I'm kind of liking Tulsi Gabbard.
I like Tulsi. I don't know if I want her to be president, but let's just say if something happened and like Bernie was pushed to the side, I would not stand in Tulsi's way. You know, like hail President Tulsi.
I mean, you've got centrist Democrats because that worked so well last time.
Right? It's like they didn't learn their fucking lesson.
Yeah. I mean, Kamala Harris is running, and in the beginning I liked her. Then I learned about her prosecution record.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh.
No, she's not a good person.
Yeah,
she is not a good person at all.
Like dark-skinned people so much, do you?
Yeah.
So, yeah, who's next? Now, don't get me wrong. If I'm given the choice of Kamala Harris or Donald Trump,
Yeah, I'll pick Kamala.
you know.
Yeah, it would just be nice if I had a choice that was more than just not Trump.
Exactly.
You know, it would be nice if I
Yeah.
could get a candidate I could actually support instead of just the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, I would like someone I actually support rather than the lesser of two flaming bags of dog shit on my front porch that I have to stamp out with my foot.
And this is why I still have hope when it comes to the Democrats and Bernie specifically, because I think the entire country, for the most part, the majority, is in the same place. After the last election, after every other election for that matter, most Americans do want to be in a position where we're not choosing the lesser of two evils. We
Yeah, well,
want a candidate that actually, stands behind their word and there's proof behind that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's definitely what most of the people want. But the problem is still, are the people in control of the Democratic Party going to
Yeah,
offer that choice?
the DNC is the biggest obstacle, and that's
Yeah. And a
yeah,
lot of that is open and closed voting.
yeah,
I remember in 2016 when Bernie was running in states like New York that had closed voting, he was screwed because independents didn't have the opportunity or a sufficient opportunity to change their registration to Democrat, because the only way you can vote for a Democrat or a Republican in a closed voting system
Yeah,
is if you're registered as such, which
right.
is
And
wildly undemocratic.
my
yeah, that
area
rule
is
never
like
made
that.
any sense to me that, why you have to be affiliated with a party to cast the vote.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
It is. It's so anti-American.
Yeah,
It's
well,
like,
that's
what the
I
fuck?
lived in New York for 8 years. No, I just actually the funny thing is that I've almost always been registered as an independent. So in different elections, I've served as an election judge, sworn in as a Democrat and a Republican on different years, just because they need to have at least two people from each party to open the polls.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been an independent. What shit? I've always literally since I turned 18. I've always been an independent. I think I'm the only
Yeah.
person I know that's never been a Republican at all, like even close.
Yeah, my parents were always very politically active and, were always solidly Democratic, but that's kind of from a different era. It's because my dad was in the trade unions, and yeah,
Yeah.
without the union, he wouldn't have been able to raise all of us. But, what unions are now compared to what unions were in the 60s and 70s is something totally different.
Oh yeah. My dad, I mean, he swore by his union and he loved it, he trusted it, and he retired. He died 1 week after he retired. And we were raised with my father saying that, if anything ever happens to me, you'll be taken care of. I'm not worried. I have
Yeah.
things set up so that everything will be all right. And they refused to pay out his retirement benefits.
No.
Hmm.
Yep. We tried suing just based off of not even really for the money, but just based on principle. I mean, this was a
Yeah.
man that missed almost every Christmas, every New Year's, everything because he was always working. And he did it to help his family.
Yeah.
And then for them to just say, nope, he's dead. We're not paying his benefits. What? It was absolutely insane.
Yeah. That was one solid thing. Oh, there's Diana coming in.
Diana.
Hello.
Hi, kids. Sorry it took so long. Ran
no
into
problem.
lost
You needed some
files
time
and a
off.
whole bit. This thing's driving me crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I know. To drive me crazy, you have to put me in reverse. But besides that, how's everybody doing?
I miss Google Hangouts.
Same.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm using this because it is something that was easy to pick up, but
Yeah,
I'm definitely not entirely happy with it.
Yeah. I
I'm
need to
gonna.
find something
The
that
biggest thing of
works
all I
for
don't
me.
like is that it doesn't support letting people put avatars up, and there's so many people in our community who don't want to appear live on camera.
Right,
Right.
right.
For silly reasons, like I don't want to be outed as an atheist because it'll affect my social standing or my job
Yeah.
Or the kitty.
Well, even,
no.
where I'm living, it's like I really don't care what people think of me, but I think if I was actually out as an atheist, that it could affect my family members.
Yeah.
That just the social stigma could affect my brother's career.
Yeah, which is ridiculous, but
Yeah.
it's one of those things you have to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kitty.
I'm both lucky and unfortunate in that way because I don't know, my my low tier status in the world gives me the fortune of not having to fucking worry about that bullshit. So, when
Yeah,
it
that's
comes
pretty much where I'm
to
coming from too.
atheism, when it comes to things like BDSM, like I don't have to stay in the closet about those things. Like I get to voice my opinion on them loudly, very loudly.
Well, and that's why I need to be able to move back to at least a mid-sized city. If it's an area that's big enough that I can be fairly anonymous, would be good. Where I
Yeah.
live now is a town of only 3,000 people, and I'm related to more than half of the county within 2 or 3 generations.
Wow.
And
Wow.
goofulness.
You need to get away from there first.
Yeah,
Well,
in a hurry. Oh my!
There is no dating pool. You're related to everyone.
yeah. Well,
It's like,
because
seriously, it's about to go Targaryen real
yeah,
quick.
literally, I'm
Incest is
related. Yeah, I'm related to 3 of the 5 largest families in the area.
Whoa.
Oh, so that really is going to go full Targaryen. Like, spoiler alert, if you don't want spoilers to Game of Thrones, mute right now for about 30 seconds.
I never saw Game of Thrones either, so I won't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, in season, very, very late season 7, I think, but confirmed in season 8, Jon and Dany are related, as in aunt and nephew.
Uh-huh.
It like that level. Incestiness is
That's actually a very important part of the story because
Mhm.
it has a lot to do with her reaction to him not fucking her.
Yeah, well, I mean, to her, it's like, oh, of course, Targaryens have done this for centuries, and to him, it's like, but I'm a Northman, and we don't do that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. And I get kinks, I do, but if it's anything other than fantasy incest, you should probably back away very quickly.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, we were talking last night about like people that don't know they're related because this happens quite often. Like,
Oh,
for
yeah.
example, sperm donor babies. I actually know a married couple. They're technically brother and sister, and they found out through the doctor because they were trying to have a baby, and they ended up going to a fertility specialist. They ran tests. They got called into the office, and the doctor was like, "You should have told me." And they're like, "What?" And the doctor very quickly figured out they had no idea what the hell he was talking about.
Wow.
And so, yeah, he had to tell, he's like, do you know anything about your family? Are you adopted? Like, what's going, and they're like, oh, I had a sperm donor. She had a sperm donor. Oh, okay. Well,
Wow.
turns out you both had the same donor.
Oh,
Man. Wow.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that kind of thing would have sent me running.
They were just like, well, we didn't know any of this beforehand, fell in love, we're happy. So they chose to just keep it a secret. They told literally like 3 people, that's it. And then they're still married and very happy, and they adopted a child and they're doing well.
And I have to say, I can understand either reaction.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand it. I don't know if I can agree with it though, because I mean, I don't know. Jack, no.
Well, see, I went through this thought experiment when my ex and I were together because there was just like so many things that it was just like, this can't be a coincidence. And we were like, are we related? Like, that would be weird. Are we related? And so we're not, but we were together for 13 years, and many times during that time frame, we would play the what if game. What if we find out we really are related? And we came to the conclusion that like we wouldn't care. We would still be married. We would still be together. Like, fuck it, I don't care. I wasn't raised with you. I don't know you like that. Like, I just don't care.
Yeah, I think the creep factor comes with being raised alongside too.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and that's to me definitely. It's if they didn't find out until after the fact, then it doesn't seem like it would be nearly as much of an issue.
I think I might, once again, spoiler for those who muted earlier, I'd probably have more of a Jon Snow reaction where I just distance myself.
Yeah.
But,
like-
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's
Yeah, well, that's I can't really
much
say
like
because
the rest of life, there's nuance, and I just don't know.
yeah, it would depend, how deeply and how much of a relationship they had established at that point. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're talking like biologically on a sibling level, absolutely not. But if there's distance, like some
their third cousin removed.
yeah, like some extended cousin, okay. I mean, because pretty much every human being is related if you go far enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, if it's some extended cousin, familial lineage, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. But if it's you're from the same donor and you're biologically half sibling or closer, absolutely not.
Yeah. Like Purple said, I can understand both reactions. It's in that situation, again, consent. It's all about the individual and what they're comfortable with, what they're not.
Yeah. But I mean, another discussion you get into is a video I saw on YouTube a few years ago, and I think it was on Vice channel, and they were talking about what's apparently called genetic self-attraction, or GSA.
Yeah. Genetics.
And yeah, and like
it's something I actually want to talk about on my channel. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and like a father who left after the mother got pregnant and met their child years later,
Yeah.
and turned out they were sexually attracted. And in this specific case I'm talking about, they moved to New Jersey where that's legal.
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of disturbing to me.
Yeah. I think to a lot of people it's disturbing, but a lot of times in those, well, let me start with the thing that makes the most sense. The thing that gets on my nerves a little bit when it comes to this specific topic is the amount of misinformation that gets spread about it and the lack of information that gets spread about it. Because you have shows that want to use it for ratings and the shock factor. Like, oh my God, look at this crazy thing. Check it out.
Yeah.
And that's typically the way that people learn about it, which is unfortunate because it is a real thing. It does have real world consequences. And a lot of times, what ends up happening is these people who were supposed to be family but never had that opportunity for whatever reason, because they weren't raised in an environment where they got to do that, oftentimes the feelings they're feeling, they are family feelings, but because you're an adult and you're already, with your own thoughts and your own world, you end up transferring it into a different type of love, thinking that you're in love with this person. And given enough time, at least statistically speaking, almost all of the people that end up in those circumstances wished that they had not. They end up, it doesn't go well. Things go back to either no communication or they see a therapist and it's just like a family relationship and that's it. But that's all it is. It's just like your brain not processing your feelings correctly. But because you're impulsive and you act on it, like it becomes more complicated. If that makes sense.
I can see that. Yes.
Yeah.
To give a quick cap. But it is something that I do wish more people knew about. Outside of, HBO.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Vice is on Showtime, I think. So.
And Showtime, HBO Showtime, whatever.
I'm just saying, one had Game of Thrones, the other has
Yeah.
Shameless.
Yep.
Shameless is a great show, by the way.
It's been a while, but yeah.
It's been a couple of years since I've watched it, but I enjoyed it when I saw it.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah,
Also,
I don't know.
I'm someone that
This
actually
chapter is
wants
weird.
a psych degree, so these things very much interest me. So
Well, just human psychology in general, I find fascinating.
yeah,
And I'm autistic, so it's like a lot of normal things that people just take for granted are things I've really had to study to understand.
hmm
So a lot of things that people just kind of react intuitively to, I've really had to figure out why they do this to be able to even mimic it.
yeah,
I
So, so let's weirdly bring this back to religion, as those in our community will often do. You had to sort of figure out morality, meaning it's not so terribly objective.
Yeah. Well, and not only is it not objective, but quite often you have to take morality on a case by case basis.
it's nuanced. Yep.
Well,
You
there
know,
was a Twitter poll that I answered recently, and this, I don't remember who it was actually that posted this poll, but they asked if violence was ever an acceptable option. And I'm one of those people that believes violence in self-defense or defense of someone who's innocent and deserve it, or presumably innocent, is warranted. So I answered yes, and I gave my caveats in the comment section as requested. And someone asked me about like totalitarian states or some shit like that. And where is this coming from?
Yeah.
You're literally putting words in my mouth here. I never said anything about a totalitarian state. I'm talking about, hey, some guy comes up to me on the street and punches me in the mouth. Yeah, I got a right to protect myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost like there's nuance in life.
Yeah, it's really hard to make any blanket rules.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, even our legal system has an understanding of that. That's why we have the courts. Because sometimes if you're arrested for something and you can go and explain to a judge that you had reason to do something that is illegal, they will sometimes accept that you had a good reason.
Yeah, and across all 50 of the United States, at least as far as I'm aware, it's perfectly legal to defend yourself. Up to and including lethal force, although I personally would restrain lethal force to a very bare minimum.
Yeah, basically, unless it's a meth head coming at you, I can't see lethal force.
I'm a pacifist unless you poke mama bear.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I'm sure everybody's at least heard of the castle law. Yes, no?
Not by that name.
I'm not sure.
Describe what you mean.
Okay, so essentially the doctrine of castle law is I'm in my own home. I have a right to protect myself, my family, my property, all that fun shit. Ohio, as a state, has an interesting caveat, which says if someone invades your home and you believe there's a legitimate threat to your personal safety, your family safety, or lives, you have to kill that person. Because if they survive, they can sue you. I'm not kidding. That I don't know if that's the case now, because this was like 10 years ago and it was explained to me and I didn't know as much. But Ohio castle law, as far as I understand it, you have to kill the person.
I don't think that's enshrined.
I
I don't think the death is enshrined in law, but I think that's a consequence of it. Is that the way it works?
It might be, because from the way I understand it, if the person survives, they can sue you for harming them.
Yeah, and it is allowed that you can kill the person within your boundary.
Doc Fearsome saying that in Iowa, even self-defense is not considered a legal defense.
What?
No, that's a bunch of shit.
Yep.
If someone were to take me out and I have to kill this person, then that is justified. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if I have to kill someone, I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
Yeah.
Especially if I'm protecting my family. But if I have the option to not kill someone, you bet your ass that I'm going to stop at grievous bodily harm.
Doc says someone attacks you and you fight back and you press charges, you both go to jail.
That's fucked up.
Unfortunately, I don't find that hard to believe about Iowa.
That sounds like my mom.
States is so fucked up.
Yeah,
Jesus
I've lived in the upper Midwest all my life. Actually, I have lived in every state that borders Iowa, but I have never lived in Iowa. And much of that was intentional. I have avoided that state because there are a number of screwed up things I know about.
It sounds just like my mama. My sister did something to me, and I went tattled on her. We both got in trouble. Period. And
Yep.
it didn't matter what the hell it was. I got in trouble for tattling, and she got in trouble for whatever she did. That's just wrong, and so many. It's just wrong.
Yeah.
You know, I hate to say it, but say in a situation like Iowa, you defend yourself against attack from an individual, and then the necessity comes where you have to defend yourself against an attack by an institution.
Yeah.
So messed
See,
Wow.
In the same manner in both cases.
this actually is an instance where it might be my fault. So I told my nephew, he's 9 years old, that if someone attacks you, you have a right to defend yourself, and if they keep attacking you, you should protect yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And he did,
Yep.
because someone his age was attacking him. So he protected himself and pushed them to the ground.
What kind of shit did he get into?
I'm gonna guess suspended from school.
Yeah. That's
No,
my-
no, this was outside of school.
Oh,
So, I mean, if it happened at school, he probably would have been suspended.
Yeah.
And if he did, Jack, what are you doing? If he'd gotten suspended from school, as soon as I found out, I would have bought the kid ice cream. You know.
I just had to give my 5.5-year-old that exact same speech because her big sister is her number one bully. And I told her, I said, I'm going to tell you something that my mama never told me. The next time your sister puts her hands on you, I want you to punch her as hard as you can. And do it and fight back. Don't let her pick on you because I was not allowed to fight back.
Nothing wrong at all with protecting yourself.
Yeah, I had this
In
conversation with
fact,
my
it's probably one of the most fundamental human rights.
I
yeah.
was bullied mercilessly in school, and until I finally stood up for myself, it didn't stop. And once I did, it was over, and it never happened again. But all
Same.
these parents going, "We've got to stop bullying. We've got to." You cannot stop bullying. It's not going to happen. You cannot stop it. It's going to happen. Kids are mean, hateful little shits. They are.
Yeah, they
And
can
they're
be.
super
Absolutely.
territorial, and they're super cliquey because they have no social experience and they have no filter.
Yeah.
And
I
so
think
you teach the one who's being bullied how to deal with the situation. You can't, yes, teach your kids not to be bullies, but there's going to be bullies. Even when you grow up, there's bullies, you
Yeah.
know.
and
And
see
we've got one in the
that
White House right now, Bullies are everywhere. So teach people how to stand up for themselves. I'm a firm believer in standing up for what you think.
yeah. And also like just on the education front, it's more about, at least for me personally, it's more about like talking to the parents of the children of the bullies, because a lot of them don't even know that their child is a bully.
They
And a
know.
lot of them, some of them do, some of them don't though. I mean, like I've been in households with people that they're just like, "What? How is that bullying? I don't understand. What is my kid doing that's so wrong?" And like they
Well,
have
here's
to
the
have
thing.
it spelled out in like huge letters
Wow,
what
that's
was
just
wrong
stupid.
with their actions.
A
And
lot of
you
teachers
could
I know, they'll
see
tell
like
you
the
the
light
parents
bulb go over their head where the parent was like, "Oh, shit."
all
You
my
know,
teacher
and it
friends
was
do.
just like,
Most of the parents just don't care. They do talk to the parent.
yeah,
Your child is doing this. Your child, and the parents don't care, or they won't even come in for the meetings and stuff. And that's usually part of the problem why the kids are mess anyway and picking on other kids. Is
yep.
the parents are shit.
And when you
So,
have problems in the home, they
yeah.
certainly bleed out.
My oldest granddaughter has ADHD, and she has, I think, some other issues that are yet to be addressed or diagnosed. I think she's got some problems that we don't know about yet. But I'm having troubles getting the doctor to agree to test her for certain things because she says I'm just worrying. No, that's my job. I'm supposed to worry. Her mother was a mess. I want to make sure this one gets the proper treatment at the proper age and make sure that it's not going to keep perpetuating down the line, right?
Right.
But she can also be She seems to have not very much empathy, if any. I can't seem to get the light bulb to go off when I talk about, how would it feel if somebody did that to you? And so I have to keep an eye on her, or she'll hurt the little one. But the little one needs to know she has to stand up for herself. Because if you let Marley get to you, then she wins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this might be a spot where some people think I take it too far because I'm the kid's uncle. I'm not his dad. I told him that if I find out he's bullying other kids in school, I'm going to do exactly what he's doing to the kids he's bullying so he can find out what it's like.
Mm-hmm.
If he punches another kid across the mouth and I find out the kid didn't somehow deserve it because he was beating up on him, I straight up told my nephew, if I find out you did this, I'm going to punch you across the mouth because you did this. And you need to know what it's like to be bullied in this way. Because I grew up being bullied. It's not fun. I'm a big guy now, but I wasn't always. I used to be the small guy. I used to be easily pushed around. So I know what it's like to be bullied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well, I've pretty
if
much
you
always been
bully
the scrawny
someone,
geek, so
I'm going to teach you what it's like.
And I was the fat girl, so yeah. Perfect target. Bad hair, bad skin, a little chubby, that kind of thing. And yeah. And this was in the decade of the 70s and 80s when your jeans had to be painted on.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was a flattering look for me.
I've just always been tiny. So people just thought they could fuck with me because I was tiny. They're like, oh, she's not going to fight back. Look how small she is. And then,
And
as soon
that's
as
one of
I
the
fought
things.
back, they're like, oh shit,
Yeah.
run.
yeah.
That's one of the things about bullies. It doesn't matter what it is. It's never your problem. Whatever it is they're picking on you for, the problem is theirs. Because they can pick on you if you're too fat. They can pick on you if you're too skinny, if you're too short, you're too tall, you don't have the right shoes, your hair looks funny, your eyes are green instead of blue, whatever. It's always about that other person.
Yeah,
And I'm
but
gonna
it
tell
really
my
freaks
girls
them
that
out if
bullies
somebody who's
shouldn't be
smaller
that
than they are
hurting.
fights back.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and at the very least, currently, that's not something my nephew has to be afraid of because he inherits his size from his dad's side of the family. Yeah. So, and I mean size in youth because
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure I'm bigger than his dad now. But yeah, no, it doesn't matter how big you are. Bullying is just unacceptable. Yeah, you'll never get rid of it, but
You can mitigate it.
yeah, I mean, someone like me can be like, okay, yeah, be a bully, I guess, but you're gonna receive payment.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
gonna come back.
this is a lesson that my little nephew is learning the hard way because he acts up and he likes to torment his sister and anyway, he is the way he is, but we've had a lot of
Yeah.
talks and he's gotten in a lot of trouble where I've had to explain to him, like, what if I did that to you? Like, what if I just smacked you upside the head for no reason? Would you like that? No. Why not? Why not? Like, let me do it to you now. Come on. Let me smack you upside the head. No. And he'll like, no, and he whines and stuff. And I'm like, exactly. See, just the thought of it is like making you upset. So don't go around doing it to other people because they get
Other
equally
people
upset.
Other people don't like it. Actually, nobody likes being smacked around.
No.
With exception of very few consensual circumstances.
I was going to say,
Nobody likes
unless
being
you're an
smacked
adult and you're consenting to it.
Yeah.
around. Yeah.
There's a difference between that and being smacked around, too. I mean,
Yeah.
Sadism, sadomasochism.
Yeah, there are some people who are into that.
Yeah. By the way, Jack is just beating the piss out of a cardboard box. That's the noise you're hearing in the background there. But yeah, like outside of those few circumstances of sadism and masochism and consenting parties in between,
Yep.
no one likes being smacked around.
And even people that are sadomasochists, as one myself, like those are in very specific contexts.
Yeah.
Anything
Specific and
outside of
consensual
that
content.
is not cool.
Yeah, it's only if you have an existing agreement with the other party at that time.
Yeah.
And it is never, ever, ever, ever cool or appropriate to hit a child. Ever.
Yeah.
Which is kind of why I'm hoping my bluff of if you punch someone, I'll punch you holds up with my nephew, because it's not actually a line I'm willing to cross.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The threat's enough, right?
But I mean, like, as soon as a kid crosses a certain size and age threshold, if he's a bully in high school, yeah, I'm gonna hit fucker. You know, and I will stop at the point where he stops with other people. You know, if he shoves people into their locker to force them to give him lunch money, I'm gonna shove him up against a wall. Gonna let him know how humiliating it feels.
Yeah.
You know, hopefully to teach him empathy. If he punches someone and it's not in the interest of protecting himself or someone who doesn't deserve to be punched, I'm probably gonna let the kid know what it feels like. You know, it's not pleasant.
Yeah.
You know, and being someone who was bullied versus someone who bullies is a totally different concept. You know, I was bullied. I was small growing up. You know, once upon a time when I was a teenager, I was afraid of his dad because he was bigger than me.
Mm-hmm.
Those tables have turned. But, you know, we're something that happened roughly within the last decade and a couple of years. You know, so the power dynamics have shifted. But no,
Yeah.
bullying isn't okay.
I outgrew my sister by the time I was 14 because she stopped growing at 5 foot. It still didn't make a damn bit of difference. She was still my number one bully. That girl could whoop my ass. I don't care what. And then there was the little brother, and he was like the accomplice because I'm in the middle. So they like to gang up on me. That was always fun. But
Lord.
if you're bullied at home and you're bullied at school, you know, what do you do? What do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could only actually ever take care of the bullies at school. There wasn't a damn thing I could do about the bullies in my family.
Well, that's the way I grew up, being the youngest and the smallest in the family. That for me, a lot of it had to do with being good at hiding and being able to squeeze into places that they didn't think were big enough for anyone to get into.
Yeah.
Or stay to yourself. Like I spent most of my time in my room with my books or, you know, away from the house. Because it was
Yeah, I found a lot of little holes and corners in the house that, yeah, they didn't think anybody but the cats could get into. So, yeah, I spent a lot of time sitting with my books and the cats and avoiding all the people.
Yep, I loved my books. Books didn't judge me. Books
Right.
didn't care if I had acne.
Yep. Books and animals.
Yep,
2 things that you can count on.
absolutely. I don't know. I have to put grandbabies in that because, you know, they're special. Kids
Well,
are kids. Grandbabies are just different. They're just so much better than
Well, I haven't actually had any grandbabies, but you know, I raised a lot of kids that weren't related to me, so I think it's kind of the same category.
Oh, your grandbabies can be whoever you want them to be.
Yeah.
It's all about that feeling of this is the most perfect little creature that ever existed, you know?
Well, I say I raised 9 kids, and two of
Wow.
those were a pair of sisters that I never had any relationship with their mother. I was just their nanny. But
That's cool. I'm a firm believer the more people a kid has in their life that loves them and they know about it, the better off they are.
Absolutely.
yep,
I tolerate my exes and all their family just so that my little girls know that they have other family. It's not just me and grandpa, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I
I think
hate my
that's so
husband, but I'll
important.
stand next to him.
It's one of the things I never understood, like regarding, like the Christian stance on, well, not the Christian, but just religion's stance on so many different things. Like, for example, the marriage and, one woman, one man type of situation, and the level of disgust that they have for people that are, like, for example, polyamorous. Well, you have more people loving the kid, more people taking care of the child, more people watching out for that child's well-being. How is that a bad thing? Come on now.
Kids
Like,
accept
what's wrong with you?
normal for whatever it is. You know, kids accept whatever their home is. That's normal. Children who are
Yeah,
even the most horribly abused and neglected and horribly treated children still love their parents. They will defend them.
there is a reason
Yeah,
why victims of abuse that are children will testify in court,
yeah,
like, don't take my mom away, don't take my dad away,
right.
like, they want their parents. It doesn't matter how bad they are.
Yeah. So
They don't
whatever
see
your
that.
family is normal
They
for
want them to
them.
be loved.
It's not up to anybody else to tell you what your family has to look like.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Rogers said that first, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Lots of families look lots of different ways. And
absolutely.
I
We
learned
need
that from
to
Mr.
revise
Rogers
this
at a very young
society, by the way.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's an argument I've often made for poly families.
Mhm.
You know, one problem a lot of couples run into is if you ever have 3 kids, you can't keep track of all of them
That's right.
because they'll go in 3 different directions. So if there's more of them than there are of you, you're screwed.
Yep. But like in a poly family, you're good.
Yeah.
The adults
Yeah,
outnumber the children. You're like, whoo, I got
Well, and
you.
also the practical aspects that, if you have 3 or 4 adults in the household, it becomes practical for one to stay home full time to take care of the kids and still have
Exactly.
enough income in the household.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, I have some friends that are poly, and Jack is just making so much noise in his cardboard box right now. Um, but I've got some friends that are in a polyamorous relationship, and 2 of them are married, and they've got a girlfriend that lives with them, and it's one of the most well-functioning families I've ever seen in my life.
Yep.
I mean, it's ridiculous how high functioning they are by comparison to the binary 2-parent man woman cishet household that you see pushed by religious people. I mean, the
My
level of
personal belief,
cooperation between these people, partially because they actually know how to communicate, is ridiculously high compared to what I'm used to seeing.
and that's where the secret ingredient is, in my personal opinion. I think the reason why you see so many like poly couples that function so well is because they're used to having to talk all the time. You know,
Yeah,
they're used to having to discuss their feelings all the time. Like, they're used to it. Whereas, you know, more traditional couples, they're not. And our society doesn't prepare you for that either. Our society prepares you for, don't go to bed angry, just put it off till later, whatever. Like we're not really taught to socialize in that way and talk about our problems as they come up and deal with them with the problem, like with the person whom we have the problem with. Like it's very weird the way that we're socialized.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so I was raised with ballpark of no idea how to communicate. But like, put probably the most honest way I possibly can. I recently, nothing sexual has happened. Probably nothing sexual will happen, despite the desires of the other party involved here. I have no interest in a long-term relationship. And I told this other person, and now this is the pinnacle of honesty as far as I go. I don't want a relationship. I told this other person this. And she seems to still be pursuing an actual relationship with me for, I don't know, but lacking.
Yeah.
Because I'm not raised with the ability to effectively communicate with someone.
For anything.
That's
So I
head.
need people who are very direct and explicit in their communications to maintain any kind of long-term relationship.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm one of those more blunt, direct people, but I can't do a poly relationship. And it's
Yeah, it's not
partly
for
because
everyone.
I get jealous.
Mhm.
I am jealous, I'll admit it. And I also have social anxiety. So even now, in the different group chats I'm involved in, I still get this weird cycling going through my head. My friends hate me, my friends hate me, my friends hate me, my friends hate me.
Oh.
Despite the fact that there's no evidence to back that up. And yeah, that's probably the biggest obstacle for me being in a poly relationship. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just one of those people that's more interested in. I mean, I'm actually not at all interested in monogamous relationship. It's for me more of a free form sort of let's fuck around but not have an actual relationship. That's I don't know. I'm not
Like
sure.
just kind of fluid, like just like let's see where it goes without clearly defining the boundaries of it, type of thing.
Yeah. I mean, the one clearly defined boundary would be that I don't want an actual relationship, like a long-term relationship. That's the one clear defined boundary I'd be okay with. Yet, but this other person that I mentioned earlier, she wants that clearly defined relationship. And there are a few things going against that with me. First of all, I don't want that. I don't want that clear defined monogamous relationship. I don't want kids. She's got a kid.
Deal breaker.
Yeah, I don't want kids, my own or someone else's.
Deal breaker.
Yeah.
Deal breaker right there. Because you cannot put the kid in that if they want to involve that. Yeah, that's
it's
a deal breaker.
Particularly unfair to the kid.
Yes. Yes, because kids attach so easy. And then when it doesn't work out, then that's painful for them.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't want to do
I
that.
tell my friends, your kids should not be dating everybody you date.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
Sorry, go ahead.
so like she wants this. I don't want to go as far as white picket fence, but that kind of seems like what she wants.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
don't.
she's got kind of traditional image in her mind of what life should be like.
Yeah, and I mean, I get wanting that kind of stability in her life. I do. I just don't want it.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you know exactly what you want and don't want. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and that puts you in a good place.
yeah,
You know
that's
that
what's good to
you
know.
don't want to get into a relationship if you're not too certain about some of those things.
Yeah, and then there's the whole romantic attraction thing. You know, this is gonna make me sound like a giant bag of dicks, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Bring it.
I used to think I was sapiosexual, but that's not the case. I don't have to be intellectually attracted to a woman to fuck her. I have to be intellectually attracted to her to have a relationship with her, a romantic entanglement.
Yep,
That
Mhm.
doesn't exist for this woman.
I'm with you completely on that. There are some
Yeah,
people that I have no problem having casual sex with, as long as it's understood it's never going to be more than that.
yeah, and like the part that's really gonna make me seem like a dick is when I say that she is nowhere near my intellectual level.
That's not a dickish thing to say.
No,
I've had
I'm
to.
not saying it's a dickish thing to say because I don't think it is. I think it's an honest
You
thing to
might
say.
think so, but we don't.
No,
It sounds like a dickish thing to say.
I don't think it sounds dickish. I've
no, it's
I've had to
The people who
remove
don't understand it.
people from my
yeah,
life because nothing against them, just we were not on the same level, and I can't maintain a friendship, much less anything that is above a friendship, with people that can't or don't keep up with me. Like,
Yeah,
I like to be challenged. I don't like to be the smartest person in the room. Like, no, I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. I
yeah.
want to be the dumbest person in the room. I'm
I
fine.
definitely don't want to be the dumbest.
Well,
But
yeah, I don't want to be the dumbest. You know what I mean? But I like to be challenged. I don't like to be everyone's fucking mother.
yep,
And that's pretty
yeah,
much what my entire life has been. All of my relationships, all of my friendships have always been, well, not all, but the majority up until I was 30, like, have all been, I was the mother figure. Anytime someone had a problem, oh, call Silver. Like, and it was just, I
It's
I
exhausting.
it is. It's
It's exhausting.
exhausting. And it's like, who the hell do I call? Who the hell do I talk to?
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'm happy being the smartest person in the room. In fact, in my real life situation, I typically am. I'm not a stranger to being the smartest person in a room. I'm okay with that as long as the people I'm talking to are able to intellectually challenge me somehow. Get me to think of something in a different way. I get that. But I mean, when I am literally smarter than someone else in every way, it is boring.
Yeah. It's also very frustrating. Like,
There's a
Yeah.
it's beyond just boring. It's frustrating.
there's a quote that I like, and I have no idea where it came from. I probably saw it on a meme somewhere, but it says, "Every person that you meet knows something you don't know." So you got something you can learn from everybody. That's my opinion. I can learn something from everybody, good or bad.
As a general rule, I would agree with that, but I can think of 2 or 3
I was just gonna
exceptions
say.
that
Yeah.
of people I've met that really don't have anything to teach anyone.
Yep.
At least nothing that you would want them to ever pass on.
Yeah. That's the question. Do you want this information to pass on, or do you want it to just
Yeah.
die
I don't
with
really
that
mean in an
person?
educational kind of sense. I mean in a just like everybody has different experiences, so
Yeah.
everybody has something that something that they know about or something they've
Oh yeah.
been.
Well, I will
But that
say
doesn't.
that raising kids, I learned a lot from the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, kids are an entirely different thing.
Yeah.
They're an
Well,
entirely different ball of yarn.
well, no, I just mean because of things they did, they got me to, think about something that I might not have given any serious consideration to.
Yeah. They ask the deep questions, don't they?
Yeah.
Do. They do.
Out of the mouths of
What if
babes.
my farts don't?
Your
Well,
I mean,
I also kind of pushed it because I pretty much raised the kids in the libraries and museums.
There you go.
So took them to places where they're going to ask a lot of questions.
Yeah.
I mean, like, okay, so this person, and I'm not gonna say her name. A couple days ago, messaged me on Facebook. Hey, you, LOL, smiley face. You not like talking to me anymore? I had a really weird dream about you, so I hope you are okay. And I was almost totally asleep when I looked at these messages, so I don't remember them at all. But I looked at it, and with my phone's messenger app. Don't remember seeing it all. I don't. And she responded a few hours later, my bad then.
Hmm.
Like, I mean, we're not in a relationship, so I don't owe you an immediate answer. And when I look at something at 7 in the morning, do you really think I'm going to be aware?
Wait, just because I look at shit, I look at tons of shit right before I go to bed and right when I wake up. That does not mean I'm gonna fucking respond to you.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I look at, my friends that post deep philosophical whatever, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm totally gonna like chime in later when my brain is working. All right, cool.
Yeah.
But like that's it. I'm not gonna respond right then. Like I'll respond later. But that's weird. That's so weird. I hate when people do that. I don't like the little digs of like,
Yeah, like you owe me this answer, right?
yeah,
It's like,
Yeah.
no, I really don't, because you don't want my answer until my brain switches on.
Yeah, the
But
people who always expect me to respond to a text within 5 minutes, and I'm like, no, a text message is when you don't really need an answer right away. I'll get to it in 3 or
thank
4
you.
hours.
Yes.
yeah,
Or when it requires a yes no answer and no nuance whatsoever. That's a text
yeah.
message.
But
Like,
I mean,
you need
let's
milk.
add on the caveat that I've already told this woman that I don't want the serious thing she clearly does.
Yeah, that's difficult when it's one-sided like that.
Yeah,
There's really not much you can do but keep restating your position and hope that eventually she'll get interested in someone else.
yeah, and I mean, she really should. Because I've told her I'm okay with friendship. I'm okay with friends with benefits. I don't want a relationship.
Yeah.
I don't want that romantic entanglement because I don't know. I'm nearly 33 years old. I'll be 33 next month. I'm kind of set in my ways. I like living on my own. I like being able to walk around wherever I live in whatever state of dress or undress I feel like,
Yep.
Yeah.
and thank you, Jack.
Yeah, that would become an issue with a kid in the house.
Yeah, and I mean, the idea of what really gets to me is the idea of cleaning up after other people, and she doesn't meet my standard of cleanliness either. It.
That's actually a much bigger issue in a relationship than most people give it credit for.
Oh
You
yeah.
have to have pretty much, a fairly close to similar standard of what you consider clean for the home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would
Otherwise,
say
one or
that
the other of you are going to go crazy about it.
that was like literally the number one thing that drove me batshit about my ex
Yeah.
was I was everything has its place and needs to be in its place, and he was very much bachelor pad. I'm still living like I'm 18, eat pizza boxes. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Why?
Well, I
No.
mean, I have my own system of what you'd call organized chaos. I mean,
Yeah,
if
sure.
you can ignore the beer bottles and cans, which I haven't gotten around to throwing away in the last couple hours,
Yeah.
I mean that
Yeah.
is a pretty good example of what I've got going on. I mean, you got obviously a remarkably clean area right there. And, then you've got the really well organized bookshelves.
Yeah.
She's just not there. She's not there at all.
Well, if she has demonstrated that she is not capable of abiding by the boundaries that you have set,
Right.
I mean, I
She
know
might
people
not
who cannot
be-
separate sex from love and romance. They can't. They simply can't
Yep.
do it. I was a
Yeah.
person like that at one time. I learned better. Some people learn better. Some people don't. But if they've demonstrated that they cannot abide by that, that should be your sign that, okay, you've shown me who you are. People can tell you who they are all day long. When they show you who they are, you should believe that. And she's showing you that she cannot respect your boundaries. Kitty, kitty.
Aww.
He's
So cute. Oh my
Okay,
god.
so I'm not the only one who sits cross-legged on these things.
Oh, me too.
I'm sitting cross-legged right now.
Depends on my mood.
Okay, it's like as an adult, you're not supposed to do that for some reason.
Fuck that. It's comfortable.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I actually can't sit in a chair in a normal way. If I sit in a chair with both my feet on the floor, it strains my back.
It's very uncomfortable, yes.
Mhm.
Yes. I don't sit like a normal person.
Yeah, so that's, I've got my computer hooked up to the big flat screen TV, and I just sit in my recliner cross-legged with the keyboard across my lap.
I'm usually
Until a
still in
certain
bed,
kitty
so.
decides he's being ignored and butts the keyboard until it falls off.
Well, you see, this certain kitty. Let me switch over to the right page. He's got his head right on my mouse pad.
Yeah.
So
He's moving my mouse around a little bit. He's making my computer do some stuff.
He is a sexy little beast.
He is a sweet little baby. He is.
Aw.
But I mean, on multiple occasions, I've told her I'm not after a relationship, and she seems weirdly unable of getting it. which is why I haven't taken it to, or haven't even attempted to take it to a sexual level, because
Yeah.
I don't think she could do it.
Like old Barney Fife used to say, you got to nip it in the bud. Before
Yeah.
it's far. Because, I mean, it's going to hurt a lot worse.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt a
Well,
lot worse.
I have a good friend that, we've talked about it, and yeah, we would both enjoy the sex. We know it would be great, but she would put an emotional attachment to it that I would not have.
Right.
So it would be a mistake for us to ever do it.
And we can tell you we're not going to get attached, but you can tell by the actions if that person is actually going to be able to separate that.
Yeah, that she would have trouble maintaining it as just a friendship if we ever had sex.
Yeah, it would be hard for me. I even to this day, it would be hard for me to have a sexual relationship with someone and not feel romantic to them about it at the same. Like, even if I knew there were boundaries, it would be really hard for me to separate that. So I'm coming from experience.
Yeah. I don't know. I tend to work in the I don't know. I tend to work in the direction where that's not really a problem, because everyone that I've ever slept with, we were already in love. So uh, well, with the exception of 2 people, but that whatever.
Well,
I'm almost exactly the opposite. I've had sex with a total of one person that I actually cared about. One. And that was 2 years ago. And I'm going to be 33 very soon.
I can't. I remember doing that kind of thing when I was really, really young, like teenager, just learning about how to go and be randy. I remember doing a few one night stands, but in my head it was always, oh, then I was thinking about him for the next 10 days, and oh, I wished I'd have gotten his phone number, and oh, and that emotional thing would take over after a while anyway. So I'm better off like I am now, celibate.
I mean, I used to have pretty unhealthy beliefs about sex, but it was also before I was having sex.
yeah, well, it also doesn't sound like you got any kind of real, sex education, not much accurate information about it when you were growing up.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I live in Ohio. I got a dog shit excuse for sex ed.
Yeah.
I got a set of freaking books. I got a freaking set of medical books from my mother, the nurse. That's how they never had the sex talk with me other than to say, don't have sex. Here's some books about why you're bleeding. That was fucked up, man.
Yeah, and this is something that continues to astound me, that growing up in the Chicago suburbs in the 70s, I got a much more progressive education than a lot of people are getting today.
Yeah.
How is it that 50 years later, they're still getting something worse?
Right.
Because
we're still living in patriarchy.
Thing. For abstinence-only Republicans, I should say.
Yeah.
Because they don't know what the fuck sex ed is.
Well, one of the things I was fortunate about was that it was a predominantly Jewish community. So they were pretty much controlling the school board, so we didn't get any of the Christian indoctrination. Yeah, not much of that got into the schools.
Yeah.
Patriarchy is not limited to the religious at all. And when you can control the females and make them believe that this is their prize and they should not give this prize away, and they should not, this protect virginity bullshit that they have.
The used bubblegum, the used bubblegum analogy.
Yeah.
Oh God,
I mean, first of all, I hate bubblegum.
That shit.
Gum is gross.
I really do. I hate bubblegum. I do. It's awful to me. Like the smell, the way people fucking smack it around in their mouths and I chew all night.
Like cows.
Fucking hated it. It's always infuriated me.
When I was a kid, I used to like do a game with myself to like see if I could chew more pieces of gum than the previous time. And so like I would stuff my mouth with like 12, 15 pieces of bubble gum.
I probably would have hated you back then.
You probably.
But I mean, like the idea of, well, I mean, if it's a used piece of bubblegum, a vagina is not a piece of bubblegum. A vagina is not a piece of bubblegum. It's not. It's not several pieces of bubblegum.
No, the gum does not scream when you chew on it.
That's a stupid analogy. You know,
Don't
I
chew
don't
on vaginas. Oh my god. Hashtag no.
I don't
Hashtag
mind
no
if a
chewing
vagina
puss.
is well traveled. I genuinely don't care. I don't. For fuck's sake, drop the puritanical bullshit and bother yourself with real shit. Seriously. I
Oh my
mean,
god, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Holy shit.
I've
Yeah.
been washed recently. I'll put my mouth on out.
No, actually, I wasn't planning to run the stream this long, but the conversation's going so nicely.
That's when I just looked at the clock, like, holy cow, we're still going with purple here.
Yep. That's okay. Kitty's getting comfortable. He thinks my knee is a pillow.
Uh-oh.
Your knee is a pillow. You need to learn this now.
We're back. What happened?
Well, I would have thought that there are so many, soft surfaces he could use that my knee is anything but soft.
You dare.
Whoa, what did I miss while it blipped away? What happened? What?
Huh?
It froze on my end, and I'm like, uh-oh, what happened?
Yeah,
And
your
I
image
mean,
is
on my
frozen.
StreamYard page, you're frozen.
I was waiting for it to like come back, and then like as soon as I start hearing you guys again, y'all are talking about something. I don't know what y'all said, but I heard something, and I was like, wait, what?
Vaginas aren't
Oh, so you
bubblegum.
missed a couple of sentences there?
Yeah.
The big takeaway is vaginas aren't bubblegum.
Well, I know. Don't chew a vagina. Hashtag no. Don't chew the puss.
Oh, no. It's,
You can lick the puss,
Nibble,
but
but
don't
don't
chew on it.
teeth are very,
Although,
teeth are
vagina
very
is
rarely
quite
when
tasty.
it comes to oral pleasure.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. I've actually some of the best sex I've ever had. I never took my pants off.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've noticed with my last, not several partners, but my last few partners, my ability to complete is fairly intrinsically tied to me putting my mouth on nether regions. It really is. And that probably sounds weird to some people, but
No,
you're missing out if it sounds weird.
Yeah,
Just
no, I'm
it's interesting to me the amount, because the majority of my friends are men. It's very interesting to me how many men feel the same way. Like, very interesting indeed, especially when I compare it to the way that I hear women speak about it. I'm just like, I don't know. It makes me
Nobody does
think
it right.
a lot, but it's
well,
interesting.
for me, the auditory feedback is a major turn on.
Yeah.
That if I can make
Absolutely.
my partner moan, that's
Yeah.
what really gets me going.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's one of the main reasons that I give head. Like,
Yep.
Well,
that and
okay.
to see their
I look
eyes
at it this
roll
way.
in the back of their head.
I look at it this way.
It's
More
beautiful.
likely than not, my eyes are going to roll in the back of my head either way, whether a mouth goes on it or not. But women or people with vaginas, I probably should say, require a little more attentiveness on average.
Well, yes,
A
duh.
little.
Yeah,
Hmm.
they generally require more of a buildup.
Yeah, and I mean, like the idea that foreplay isn't somehow necessary. Foreplay is necessary for me.
Fuck yes.
Yeah,
I mean, shit, I like that little bit of a build up. Play with what I got outside of my jeans. Then remove clothing from there. And
well,
Okay,
I mean, if
question.
it's an
Are you a
activity you're
nipple man
enjoying,
or no nipple man?
yeah, if it's an activity you're enjoying, why not stretch it out as long as possible?
Right?
yeah, I mean, shit. I mean, like, you should be able to take care of your partner. And I don't necessarily just mean sexually, but definitely sexually. If you're not taking care of your partner, they just might look somewhere else. But, like, okay, so doorknob head, I'm not necessarily saying women need more buildup. It's more listening to what they say, maybe, is a good way to put it.
Yeah.
If
Yeah, doorknob's just being a sarcastic ass, really.
Don't find out.
If you read the whole comment.
someone draw a picture, okay. So this is a really simplistic vision of a vagina. You'll note that my face is in the background. That's necessary. But I mean, okay, the idea that the female, her sense of completion or desire or whatever isn't necessary is awful and absurd.
Yeah.
What? I missed. I don't understand. Say that again.
The idea that the woman's sense of completion or desire isn't necessary is absurd.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It clicked. It blipped out on me, so I missed a word. And it didn't make any sense for a second.
The only time
Yeah, no.
I find that mentality acceptable is whenever the woman tells you, "Hey, I'm good. I don't need it. I'm cool. Go."
Yeah. And those women exist. Actually, one
Because
of
some
the,
people will like,
the last women that I was with didn't
like,
need that much build-up.
Now y'all are both
She
talking, and I didn't hear you.
didn't need much foreplay. She, in fact, preferred very little foreplay on my part because she was sensitive to touch.
yeah.
Y'all are killing me. Oh.
And she,
Well,
I
you
think
know,
this is starting to become foreplay for Angie. She's
No,
like,
no. This is
I
a really
mean-
hard subject for me. It just is a really hard subject for me.
Aw.
I'm just gonna sit here and be quiet.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking in this one woman's context. She preferred to not have too much foreplay because I actually outlasted her every time. Yeah, and almost all of it is because she was so sensitive to touch. And she finished easier than every other woman I've been with, but like she was sensitive to the touch to the point that after so long, it
like
I
it
don't
hurt.
know if I want to say painful, but discomfort was definitely involved, and she had to stop.
yeah.
and that's not some that's not one of those weird flexes. It's just
Oh no, that's
No,
that's
that
the
that
thing.
happens with some people. That
Yeah,
there
that's
becomes a
happened to
point that
me.
being overstimulated can be painful.
yeah, and yeah, that's just how it was. And she's that person I referenced earlier. She told me to stop when I was midway through, and I stopped.
Yeah.
It's almost like the little brain can be overridden by the big brain.
Who did that?
Miraculous.
Some people are just strange.
I mean, I am strange, but
No, I meant the people that don't know how to control their genitalia.
I know what you went. I know what you were going for. I just decided to make a joke, but yeah, I mean, it's genuinely not hard. Someone tells you to stop, okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
finish myself later.
as long as you're acknowledging them as a human being, what else could you do?
Yeah.
That's if they're going to tell you to stop and you're not going to respect that, then you're just treating them as an object.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Math Pig is asking if we got a donation so that Silver had to twerk yet.
We have stalled out.
Magic, stop it.
Well, I mean,
First of
I'm
all,
still seeing
that
a
was
black
a
screen.
very specific donation. And let's not get it twisted. There was no offer on the table that said donate and Silver will twerk. No. I said if somebody made $100 donation, then I would twerk to a song of my peers' choice. Anyway, in response to that donation, that was the offer that I made last night.
Does anyone have
I'll
$100 to
put
donate?
that on the table, sure.
I don't.
Even though I do not have an ass to save my life because I lost weight and my ass went bye-bye. But whatever. If you would like me to humiliate myself for the whole world to see and memorialized forever on the internet, you can make $100 donation to Doc and I will be humiliated.
I would love if we could get it to $1,000. That would just feel better.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I'm sticking with the I'm a terrible person defense and saying someone please donate $100.
If you donate $1,000, I'll do a strip tease on Patreon.
Ooh, damn, I wish I
Okay, well, that's out there now.
I think you managed to snap my brain in half.
I never said what I would or wouldn't show. I just said I would do a strip tease. Also,
I said this earlier. I'm a bad
right?
man.
do
Well,
I?
see, Bub, don't throw away the empty beer cans. Keep a bag of them handy so that you'll have plausible deniability. Anytime you say something you'll regret, just scatter them around and you can claim you were drunk.
This is a good idea.
See, okay, so Doorknob just said it's the tease part that concerns me. I like a good tease. I'm just saying.
Math Pig's offering $150 in Monopoly money. I don't think that's going to cut it.
Probably not.
Monopoly money does not count. If he doesn't get Doc something that goes vroom vroom, it doesn't count.
I'll be right back.
Okay. But yeah, no, I could totally do that. $1,000, like to Doc's GoFundMe page. I will get on my Patreon like immediately and make a link and I will send the link to the donor. And there you go.
There you go, a private show.
Hoeing myself out for the name of charity.
Hey, at least it's a good cause, right?
Uh,
And since I'm the only person that has an active camera, kitten, hang on. I will figure out how to angle the camera eventually. I suck at. I've been doing this for a little over a year, and I still don't know how to angle the damn camera.
Oh,
But there's a kitten.
kitty, kitty.
He's going nap. He's really tired. Been working all day. Been very busy.
Such a cute kitty.
He is. And you know what's really fucked up is that a lot of people are superstitious about black cats.
Yes.
So he might not have been adopted.
Cat racists. And then they end up getting like put down, and it makes me so sad.
Man, he's such a sweet little guy too.
okay, if we're done with the kitty cam, I'll put something up here.
We're done with the pussy cam. I like the pussy cam.
Unless you want to look at my pussy again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm very much into pussy, so you know.
Oh, well, that's
Boobies.
There we go. Math Pig wanted to see boobies. There you go.
oh damn! You see 4 boobies there. Fuck.
So many boobies.
A pretty blue-footed boobies.
God damn. Tell you what, if someone sends $20 to the GoFundMe or PayPal, I will show my pussy again.
Meow.
Oh,
there.
thank you for the sub.
By the way, my pussy's name is Jack. So,
Jack the pussy.
yep.
Jack Black. I just got it.
Oh,
Jack Black has nothing to do with it.
I was
Okay.
kidding. Oh my goodness.
But no, Jack, he'll do this thing. Like he'll go from a sit with his front paws, on whatever he's sitting on. He'll lift them up and he'll just sit up on his back leg with his butt and be like. But it's cuter when he does it.
No.
Wow, Morton, that's a thing.
actually, I've heard that referred to as jilling, but
I think we lost Diana.
she shut down her camera a while ago. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
She
Yes.
may have dozed off on us after
She's
she shut off
muted
her
too.
camera.
I'm thinking maybe she's catching a little power nap or something.
I think she did. She'll pop back up in a few hours and be like, "Hey, I fell asleep. I'm good. What's up?"
I've seen the term jilling before. I just don't know what it means.
The
Yeah,
term-
generally it's referring to female masturbation
Oh,
No.
Jill. Oh, okay.
instead of jacking off, jilling
Yeah.
off.
Mhm.
Okay. I mean, they'd call it flogging the dolphin or
Yeah, there's lots of.
the other numerous.
Yep.
There's a lot of euphemisms. Punching the one-eyed weasel is probably one of my favorites.
Okay.
Oh shit.
I'm a bad person, I'll admit it.
Doorknob says that as a kid he used to break as many superstitions as he could. walking under ladders or the black cat across your path and so forth.
I used to step on cracks on purpose. Get on mama's back and be okay and be like, damn it.
I mean, this little black cat is just such a sweet kitten. I mean, come on. The fact that anyone would say no to this little guy
Yeah.
is just messed up.
Don't worry, Doc. She's not going to have to do that striptease.
It is horrible that even in this day and age that people would be so superstitious that they would mistreat an animal just for the color.
Yeah. And I mean, Doc, don't worry about Silver humiliating yourself. That may be your kink. And if it is, it's okay.
It's
As
I
long as
definitely
it's
don't
consent.
have a humiliation kink. No,
Okay.
that's the one kink I don't have.
It's probably not the only kink you don't have. But
Definitely not. No, I'm sure there's like a million kinks I don't have. I don't know. I can like compare and contrast on my Fet Life. I'll make a list. We'll go over a checklist.
Yeah.
How crazy are you compared to Silver?
Well, that was one of the interesting things when I was, in kink was that so many of the things that most men would consider humiliating either didn't bother me at all or actually, felt kind of invigorating.
Mhm.
Hmm.
You
Well,
know,
I mean, like, so the idea of pegging is like,
Oh yeah.
okay,
What?
that one's a no for me.
apparently, I just touched on one of Silver's nerves.
Yeah.
Didn't hear
Uh,
what
in a
Not
good
my
way.
nerves. I'm just speaking for the people that I've had the pleasure of seeing their pleasure. Anyway, go ahead.
There you go. Like, I don't know. I don't see what's wrong with it. It's admittedly kind of a curiosity of mine. It's
Do it. That's my advice. My advice.
I don't know what
Try
we're talking about.
I would recommend you try it, but having tried it, it's not for me.
I don't
You
know.
know,
Talking
but
about
just I
pegging.
generally do recommend that anything you're curious about, try it at least once.
But don't go full throttle the first time.
Yeah.
Oh, so don't use like a giant fucking
Like go small.
monster-sized bad dragon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't try it with a 2-liter bottle.
Go tiny and lots of lube and go slow. There you go. And in reality, like
Oh,
you
now I know what you're
really
talking about.
only need to go like 2 knuckles, 1 knuckle, depending on like how long I don't know. You need to go like 1.5 inches up and you're good for most anatomy. Like you're good.
Are you talking like prostate stimulation or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've never bothered myself to measure.
Well, it's kind of like female G-spot. You can feel it, like, because it feels different than the surrounding tissue. Everything else is soft, and then you have like kind of a spongy, stiffer softness that's different, and that's the G-spot. So men, same thing. Like you get a spongy, stiffer area. It's the prostate. Anyway.
I love you people.
Yeah, see, I don't think I've got
That's
that
it,
wired
it's
up.
Again.
Stimulating anything back there has never done anything for me.
Some people it doesn't. Other people it's like, a whole new world that blows their mind and they can't get enough.
Yeah.
I mean, like for me, I think it might be more of a submission kind of thing because having been, as we know, kinks develop young, and being raised Catholic, there was always this kind of idea that I'm the man, and I'm supposed to be the dominant one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's it feel like to be the opposite of that?
And that's actually very common.
Outside of the context of basic training where I have no control at all, I don't know what being submissive is like. And let me add the caveat that actually does exist. The caveat of saying that I'm being submissive but still having the power to say no,
Exactly.
which really did not exist in basic training.
Right. Well, it does, but you got to be very firm.
In basic military training, no.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I made damn sure they kicked my ass out in 3 weeks. I was done. I was like, nope, ain't doing a fucking thing you say. I want out
Yeah,
of here.
that's I would have never got through basic training just
I
because
didn't make
Yeah.
I'm
There's
not
make
good
it.
at taking orders.
I
You got to
told
explain to me
Yeah.
why I'm supposed to do it.
Yep.
People
My
say
authority issues reared their ugly head, and I was like, fuck this shit. I want out.
Yeah. Which was really the weird thing with my fiance, that I've always been that way, but I was submissive to her, and that it's all about the level of trust. That she was the only person that I could accept that she wasn't going to do anything to me that there wasn't a reason for.
yeah.
I figured out they couldn't kill me.
Saying the whole I couldn't do basic training because I can't stand people. It's an entirely different world. You're out of your element. Your power is completely taken away. Basic training is one of those places where it's more difficult to say no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
but
really
then
think that
It's one of those things that you have to experience to say, this is how I'd react.
yeah, the
I
power
think if I
dynamic
was forced
in that
into a situation like that where I had no choice to do anything, I would wind up with such a complete emotional meltdown that they'd have to throw me out.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what happened. I
Yeah.
shut the hell down.
But I mean, it's basic military training is its own monster.
This is an issue that I have with our military. Like, I don't understand the concept of especially the way that our military works and the way that we do our training and things like that. I don't understand the concept of, you want to turn people into human killing machines and then give them zero resources for when they come home. You want to give them zero care for when they get back into society, and no ways of connecting with the world around them that is changed and so different from where they came. I just don't, it's a disconnect. I don't understand why. Like, what?
I mean, I can't explain it.
Because war is profitable, healthcare is not.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, you're having an entirely different conversation there, Angie.
Am I? Okay.
Yes. In the end, it's a totally different conversation.
Yeah.
During basic military training, the reason they break you down the way they do is because you need to be molded to fit into the military society.
They have to break you down to build you back in the image they need and they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a very intensive education you're having to get in a very short amount of time. I understand why they do what they do. I just don't like it.
You don't have to like it, but that's
I know.
the way it
That's
is.
why I left.
Until a better way is found, and I'm sure there is one that
Totally wussed out. I will not deny that.
I want to know though, and like, I don't mean this in a fuck. It's getting late. My brain's not working very well. I don't mean this in like a bad way, but just like genuine curiosity. I would really like to know if they are doing anything, and if they are, what it is, to find a better way, because I don't see it. If they're trying, I don't see it. I see them sticking to the old tactics, things that have been proven to cause damage, things that have been proven to cause people to have breakdowns and, be committed.
Yeah.
I don't see them committing a lot of time and resources to changing the way that they do things to be a little bit still effective but healthier.
Well, okay, so the military basic training has actually gotten considerably healthier.
That's good.
Once upon a time, drill instructors, military training instructors, whatever the terminology is for your individual branch, they used to be allowed to beat the ever living piss out of you.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know, now they can't do that. They can get in your face and make you think they're going to beat you. They can put the fear of God in you, but they can't actually hurt you anymore. And that's a fairly recent change, like within the last decade.
last-
There's some
Yeah, 20 years, because they couldn't do it when I was in.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
been 30 or more.
It's a fairly recent change.
I know that my dad and my uncle, whenever they were in the military, they very much were assaulted. By the time my sister-in-law got into the military, obviously that was not the case. But so yeah, that's true. But I mean, to me, that's just kind of one of those obvious things. Like, yeah, you shouldn't beat your trainees, but
Yeah.
Well, I think, kind of to put it in your terminology, Lena, what the military is lacking in is aftercare. There
totally.
should be a lot more
there is no
access.
aftercare whatsoever.
Yeah, there should be a lot more access to therapy and mental health services for these people after they come home again.
Absolutely.
No, not after you come home.
When they're there.
Well, yeah.
Way before you come home.
Yeah.
When I was leaving the Air Force, I can't remember the name of the class I had to take, but it was a week-long course, and there was a hypothetical preparation for returning to civilian life, but did fuck all to actually prepare me for civilian life.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the military for, 2 years in the month of February. Literally. It was 2 years and 28 days that I was in. And after that amount of time, I was totally unprepared for the civilian world. I didn't remember what it was like. So the military needs to step up, its reintegration into civilian life, because it does a piss poor job.
Yeah.
And not only that, but like while people are still in, they need to do a better job. Like when I made a video a couple of months ago talking about my military training, where I was prepared to deal with an active shooter because I was a cop in the Air Force. So this was the thing I had to learn. They did probably the worst job they possibly could have, because they not only trained us to deal with an active shooter, they told us that we had to deal with the fact that if we were dealing with a situation, we couldn't stop and help people. We literally had to just walk past them and let them die. But on top of all that, they showed us real footage of the Columbine shooting. There was no established care for mental health assistance afterward, which many people needed. Some people left the room because they had to vomit. Some people left the room because they didn't know if they could deal with seeing the images. And as awful as this will make me and 30 other people seem, there was one point when the shooters were in the library. One student made a break for it, and one of the shooters said, "Hey, get back here," and the student responded with, "Fuck you." Me and about 30 other people laughed. Because what else is there?
No, and sometimes you laugh just because there is no appropriate response.
Yeah. Or to blow off tension because there was a fuckload of tension. For several minutes, we literally watched kids kill other kids. What else is left? There was no established mental health aftercare for that. None. There was no psychologist from the medical squadron, which had a mental health staff available. There was none of that. And it wasn't until weeks later that I actually told the shrink about this that they were like, "Oh, we probably should have been there."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't know why they don't have. I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't understand, but I very much wish that our military would provide those services from the moment, well, before you're ever even expected or the thought pops in their head for someone to get deployed. But absolutely, without a doubt, from the moment you are deployed to the moment and after that you come home. Like, it would just make things better.
mental health resources should absolutely be thrown at people. If the military was actually going to throw money at something, it shouldn't be a new stealth jet or stealth bomber, which we're already 20 years ahead of the next guy in when it comes to technology, by the way.
We keep
half of our military budget should be mental health.
Yes.
But no.
And see, that if half our budget went to mental health, that is something I would proudly be okay with.
Well,
I
if they would at least increase the budget for the VA in general.
yeah. But I mean, I'm saying, like, as somebody that actively opposes how much money we are putting in our military right now, I would have a totally different stance if half of that money was going into mental health care for our soldiers. But it's not. Like,
and it likely never will.
No.
Right. And
well, because the reason they can keep passing military spending is because every state in the nation winds up somehow benefiting from them building more hardware.
Yeah.
So that's why virtually no senator ever votes against it from any party.
It's just, it's sad and it's very upsetting. As an American, honestly, it makes me ashamed. It makes me ashamed of my fucking country that we're like, that we are the way we are. But that's just me.
I mean, in a way, I sort of agree with what Doorknob has to say. I mean, what we should, I think, do is have the number of overseas bases we have, just slash it in half. Because frankly, we need half of the bases we do. There are 900 or more overseas military bases that are not continental U.S. or Hawaii/Alaska, we could cut that in half and we would still be the only globally deployable military force in the world.
Yeah.
Yep.
We would be it.
Every time that I've ever spoken out about military issues, I always talk about mental health and I always talk about slashing the budget at least in half. At least. Because even it, like you just said, even if we slash the budget in half, we would still be overspending by everyone else in the world.
Oh yeah.
Not quite everyone else in the world, but I mean, America has the fourth largest military in the world, but we're miles ahead of everyone else in terms of technology.
Yeah.
We are, as I said, the only globally deployable military force in the world. Even if we have our military bases overseas, we would still be the only globally deployable force. And that's what you actually have to look at, because if you cut the number of overseas bases in half, you would actually probably take away more than half of the military spending. The idea that we need to spend more on our military is profoundly ignorant of the current state of our military.
Yeah.
Well, it's also not like we have any fear of our country being invaded by anything else on the continent.
At this point, we are our own worst threat, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We are the threat.
Yeah. The movie Olympus Has Fallen will never happen. First of all, because as soon as an unidentified aircraft crosses the Potomac, the Air Force is going to be on it.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a question. There's going to be two planes, and if the unidentified aircraft doesn't answer, they're going into the Potomac because they will be shot at, and they will go down. Period.
Yep.
That right there is the opening problem with the movie Olympus Has Fallen, and I've ruined it for everyone. You're welcome. And the as much as I enjoy the TV show Designated Survivors, that can't happen either.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, well, the biggest threat to our own country are homegrown terrorists.
Yep.
Yeah, and a lot of those homegrown terrorists look a lot like me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Physically speaking, they look a lot like me.
But yet somehow it's now racist to point that out. What?
Except it's really not, because
no, I don't. I'm being facetious.
All the homegrown terrorists look like me.
How is it?
I'm white. I'm nearing middle age. The big difference is that I'm not, typically speaking, for the numbers of homegrown terrorists, I'm not Christian and I'm not conservative.
And those are the factors. I mean, I don't know how you argue with facts. I mean, I didn't make it up. Like,
well, last week,
blame the fucking bureau. I don't know what you want.
Yeah, last week was actually the first instance where we had a mass shooting that the shooter was not white.
Yeah.
And there have already been like over 250 mass shootings this year alone.
Yeah, there have been more mass shootings this year than there have been days.
Yeah. The shooting that just happened. Oh my God.
But they're not for the people that they're profiling. Those aren't the ones who are doing it.
No. But no, I actually had someone that I'm friends with told me that it was racist to say that the majority of terrorism is carried out by mostly conservative, radicalized white men. I'm like,
Mm.
how is that racist? Please explain. And their logic was that if I had said that about black people, that it would have been called racist. So therefore, it should be called racist when I say it about white people. And I'm just like, it's not considered racist when we say that the majority of people in our prison system are African American. That's not racist.
No, it's a statement of fact.
Right.
And if you were to state that the majority of mass shooters were African American, you would not only be racist, you would also be
A
flying in
liar.
the face of facts.
Right. I would be a lying racist.
You know, if something is true, it isn't racist.
That's pretty much what I think. Yeah.
You know, and let's actually bring up our good friend Stephen Molyneux, because
Oh,
I'm going to be
Molyneux.
listening here, but I've got to step away for a minute.
Yeah.
I got you on the
Have
speakers.
to talk about that tool.
Okay.
yeah, that tool recently said that on the whole, black people are not as smart as whites. Well,
Yeah.
let's consider why that actually is racist.
I blocked him so I don't have to hear what he says.
But it was on Twitter, and
He said it in YouTube videos. He said it in Twitter.
Yeah.
He said it
I
everywhere.
don't listen to those people. I don't follow
It's-
those people. I don't.
well, you're a better person for it, but
Yeah.
Ow, Jack.
Get him, Jack. Get him.
But it's racist because we don't put the same amount of money into education. Ow! God, you horrible bastard. We don't put the amount of money into the same amount of money into educating predominantly black areas as we do predominantly white areas, because predominantly white areas are better funded through taxes, because in America we're all super smart about it, and we base the amount of money that goes into the educational system of a local area based on local income taxes.
Yeah.
And white people tend to make more money in this country because a white bread ass name like Benjamin Miller, my name, is going to have a fairly easy time coasting through the callback portion of getting a job.
Yep.
A black person with a not white sounding name is going to have a more difficult time.
And they've even done blind studies on this where they like literally picked people that are white with odd variations of names on purpose to fill out job applications and put them up against, Stephanie Miller or whatever. And every single time, Stephanie Millers of the world got the call back. Somebody give me a foreign sounding name. I don't know. Those people did not.
So when your local area has less income tax coming in, it also has less money going into the educational system. Jack, don't walk on the keyboard. They are necessarily going to score lower on tests. That doesn't make them less intelligent.
No.
It's exceptionally dishonest to claim otherwise.
It's extremely dishonest because okay, we have a very unique method of testing. We found standardized testing, and oh my God, we love it so much. But you have to be raised in an environment and in an education structure which focuses on standardized testing as the predominant way of doing things in order to score well on those tests, regardless of whether or not you know the answer. That's just another statistic that you can find, and I can provide sources somewhere. There's a, anyway, but from peer review articles, but the people that grow up in areas or countries for that matter where standardized testing is not the norm, they do poorly on those tests, even though they have good education. Like, it's not about intelligence. It's about whether or not you're receiving education and the type of education you're receiving.
Yeah.
But I mean, when I was in Catholic school, for example, when I got to public school, I found out that my regular classes were based off of or in public school, it was advanced placement for my regular classes. So I was in advanced placement everything in public school. But in Catholic school, it was just regular class. Their AP classes were college level courses.
Yeah. And let's actually talk about private versus public schools. Private schools will, at least on paper, look better than public schools because their students test higher on scores. Now, is that because the students are smarter than public school students? Yeah, kind of. Now, why is that? It's because private schools have the ability to say, no, we will not take on a student.
They have smaller classes. The teacher to student ratio is very different. The amount of one-on-one time you're able to give students is very different. You're able to be more engaging with that student's education and how they're doing and their progression during the course. Like, it was such a cultural shock to move from private to public school. I was kind of overwhelmed.
Yeah. Yeah, and what I will maintain is probably the most important factor is that private schools can say no to taking on a student. If they don't meet some standard, some minimum standard, they're not getting in. Period.
Yeah.
Chances are dead.
And the Catholic school that I went to, I was considered the only Black person. Just to give you an idea of what that school looked like. But yeah, my nickname was Oreo.
I mean, it might be a lighting thing or the fact that I spent the last 2 days in the sun, but
I'm very pale, especially right now. You're darker than me. But no, I always get I don't know what it is about me. I would really like to know. There's something, I get this weird thing where every time I go online, it even happens over the internet. Every time people see me, they're just like, "What race are you? Where are you from? What are you mixed with?" Like, I get some kind, and I call it the Let's Play Silver's ethnicity game. I like doing it. It's fun, but but
Well,
you know,
I get that. Actually, of a very similar complexion to one of my fiance's best friends. And she was a black
I'm
Native
sorry, it got real
American
quiet.
mix.
Y'all still there or am I froze? Damn it. Oh, I'm not
Yeah.
froze? Okay, good.
You're not
No,
frozen.
yeah, you're
I'm sorry.
moving.
I muted it because I was laughing at the goobers over in the chat. I love these people.
okay. I look like what purple?
Just one of my fiance's best friends was a black Native American mix.
Okay, yeah. That I do get that a lot, actually. That's one of the larger guesses that people make is they think that it's African American Native American mix. Other people think that it's a Mexican and Native American mix. I don't know. It's interesting.
I was thinking
But
Czech, Czechoslovakian or Russian or
I
something
mean, I am mixed,
Eastern
but
Europe.
it's distant. Like
I
my
mean, just
great
from the 2 times I've actually seen your
grandfather.
face in live streams, I just figured you were white. I literally never would have guessed that you were, that you had some mixture of
hmm
African American in you. I never would have seen it coming.
Well, and especially when you used to just use the avatar before I saw your face. Yeah, from your voice, I wouldn't have guessed at all.
Yeah.
I'm a mutt. I don't know about y'all.
That's what I call myself. Every time someone asks my ethnicity, I'm just like, I'm a mutt, y'all.
Yeah,
Well, because I do have a little bit of everything. Like my family, the way everyone got married and bred was very shocking for their time period. Like we have a German and a Scotsman that ran away together whenever that was just scandalous. And we have I'm sorry, Irish and Scotsman. And then we have a German and Italian that got together, had a baby. That baby married a Native American. They had children. And then those children got with uh, a black man and they had kids. And here I am.
see, I mean,
Irish,
everyone is
and
kind of a mutt, but I'm a really white mutt that makes my T-shirt. I mean, my T-shirt looks dark by comparison.
You're
A
you're
lot of
darker
German,
than
a lot
you're
of-
dark. You have a tan.
It's because of the sun. If not for that, I'd be brighter than my T-shirt. But no, like most of at least in the last several generations, my family's lineage is Irish, German, and a couple ass random French people thrown
so funny. Because I got German, I got Irish, and French Creole, Cajun.
Yes.
Which is why the only thing that keeps me from being full blown ginger.
Now, see,
We
mine's
got
very
some Cajun
seasonal.
people.
That my father's side is Polish all the
Also
way
makes for a
back.
short fuse.
Yeah. My father's side is Polish all the way back, and my mother's side is Finnish all the way back. So in the summer, when I'm getting sun, I get, the Eastern European complexion.
Oh my goodness.
In the winter, when I don't get enough sun, I get the Scandinavian complexion, and if I'm standing in front of a snowbank, you won't see me.
Oh. Well, I'd like to keep going, but it's 5 in the morning and
Yeah.
I'm hungry. I wish I could say I'm tired. I mean, I am, but I need to eat.
Yes, eat. I'm
Because
fixing to have some more
somehow
potatoes.
I've made it through the whole day without eating food.
Yeah, that's not good. You need food.
And
I'm
I've
about
been
to have more
drinking,
potatoes.
so I'm smart. So I'll see you all later. Say bye,
Bye.
guys.
Aw.
Jack.
awesome to
Over here,
talk.
Jack.
Bye, Bub and Jack.
Thanks
Say
for
bye-bye,
joining us.
humans.
Meow meow.
Oh, he's so cute.
I
Bye,
love
Jack.
him.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, spicy teddy bear.
Spicy teddy bear.
I had to get him right before he left.
All right, I gotta move this computer. What am I plugged into? All right,
Oh, good morning.
now that I
Oh.
don't have to worry about waking anyone up.
Hey, Diana.
Did you have a nice nap?
Yeah, actually, I did have a
Hello, how are you?
Good.
kind of wiped out early.
Fresh as a daisy, are we?
Man.
Boxes, boxes, and boxes.
Purple's gone 4 hours, man. Look at you go.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I was just going to ask you, Lena, if your computer's cooperating well enough for you to take this
It's been a
over.
very educational evening.
Yep. Let me.
Did you figure
Okay,
out?
well, you know,
Stuff
take
and
whatever time you need to get together, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Just need to finish.
Okay, well,
moving
why don't you
my
set yours up to start at the
I'm
half
sorry, I
hour
can't hear
then?
you, sweetie. What happened to your mic?
You know, and I'll stay with you and chat a little bit longer,
Yeah,
but
Lena,
know.
did you figure out what was going on? Was it the mic that was doing it?
I don't know.
Well, her camera
really
kept
have no idea.
freezing. So that's what I was thinking, that, you know, maybe your system's kind of full up and maybe you need to reboot your system before you take control of the stream.
Maybe. Possibly.
You
We
know,
will
just to
find
clear
out.
everything out of the memory.
I'm up now. If y'all are, I'm gonna stay up. I've decided. I'm gonna
Yeah.
stay
Yeah, I
up
don't know.
as long as I possibly can.
All right. Well, I'm gonna pop out of here so that I can refresh, and I'll be watching you on YouTube,
Yep.
and then I'll send you a message when I get a link. Okay.
Okay.
Tu
Nope.
sei que roupa calquice.
It's about an
Bye,
hour and a
sweet
half
girl.
to
Love
sunrise,
you.
so I've got to get back in my box soon.
Speaking of, oh no, she's in the cradle. The little one was in the box there for a while, but yeah, I'm talking about you. You just stay there. You stay there sleepy. No.
Doorknob head is gonna be the death of me. My face hurts. I have smiled and laughed and grinned for 2 days now.
I don't know. Something's wrong here. You don't get to do this at home?
Huh?
Something's wrong here. You don't get to do that at home?
Well, yeah, but not like constant. Like I sitting there, when I'm not talking, I'm just sitting there like a grinning dope. I think because I'm just enjoying myself so much.
Did you
No,
see
I'm
Bub's
way busier
last
than
remark
this
there?
normally. I don't get to just sit around and grin and enjoy the company of other people most of the time.
Oh, without the internet, I would have gone crazy.
My house
here
looks like
years
crap
ago.
right now, by the way, just so you know.
Wait a minute. Where's the.
Without the internet, I would have gone crazy here years ago. This is the only way I get any intelligent conversation.
Who's peeing on the seat? No peeing on the seat.
Well,
Did you see it? As Bub went out, he said, Jack
like,
says,
you know,
I's ferocious
most
and
of
will
the
bite
time,
you.
whatever's going on in the stream, there's like a whole other thing going on in the chat.
Yep. Well, that's actually how I got known
starts
in
to
the
get a little
community.
dry or a little dark
Yeah,
or a little slow.
I
then the
spent
chat
about a
tends
year
to
that
blow
I was
up. That
just
cracks me up, and then I'm laughing at inappropriate times during the actual conversation. But I'm laughing at this over here, and I just look like a doofus. What is she smiling about? We're talking about dead things, you know.
oh.
But then I'm also extremely silly when I am sleepy. It's kind of like being drunk.
Hi, Lucy. Oh, good
And I
night, Jen.
smoke too much because I don't have anything else to do.
so we're changing of the guard here. Jen marches out. Lucy marches in.
Yeah, Jen actually wasn't here very
Yes, I
long.
think we're going to jump over to Lena's channel here shortly. Said she was going to get straightened up or whatever.
Yeah, well, in
Punch
10
drunk.
minutes it'll be the half hour. That would be a good
You'd think
point.
I'd be bouncing off the walls. I've been drinking Coca-Cola or RC Cola all day, so
Oh Lord, you have RC Cola.
I do.
Oh, I remember that stuff. I hadn't seen it in years.
It's so much cheaper than Coca-Cola.
Yeah, you can't find it in the stores around here because even the
I
Walmart
keep
I
trying to
have to
get off
drive
of
an
it. I
hour
keep trying to
to.
quit soda. Just quit
Yeah.
doing it, and it never lasts very long.
Oh,
Caffeine
ac-
headaches are a bitch.
actually, when I
I don't do headaches very often, but boy, I sure know when I have not had enough fiend.
yep, when I
Fiend
first
and
moved in with my
teen, that's what keeps me
fiance,
going.
I was drinking about 2 quarts of Pepsi a day, and she eventually did get
Coffee
me
and
off of that
cigarettes for
habit.
breakfast, and this is why I
Yeah,
sound like a bass.
she eventually got me off of that habit,
Because
and
you
it's
know
like,
I'm all about that bass,
yeah,
You know
now
it's
I can't
tremble.
take the
Yes, I'm
taste of
singing.
cola at all.
There's no dead
It
air.
just tastes weird.
Feeling the dead air. If it wasn't
My
4
mic's
o'clock
on,
in the
isn't
morning,
it?
it's 4:21. Damn, I missed it. I haven't
Angie,
gotten
can
to
you
do a
hear me?
4:20 a.m. in a long time.
Is this thing on?
Thank you, everybody. I know I'm just like silly with all the thank yous and stuff, but this is the craziest shit I have ever dealt with. I've never imagined we'd be shooting 48 hours at this point. Wow.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I don't hear purple. I do not hear purple. Is purple talking?
Okay. Yeah, the side chat hears me.
Ruh-roh. Are we having a technical difficulty and I'm just rambling? I don't know
Apparently.
it. Somebody speak to me.
Nah. Nah.
Is purple having a problem?
I don't know. I didn't hear what he was saying. I was in the little girl's room.
That's what
Okay, well,
I'm trying to
Diane,
figure out
can you
if
hear me?
Doorknob Head is jacking with
I
me.
can hear you, Purple. What's up?
Apparently, Angie can't hear me.
Oh, no, apparently I'm not hearing you.
Oh no, yeah, because I hear you reasonably loud.
Yeah, and Doorknob Head was saying in the side
I'm
chat that he
crazy.
could hear me,
In a
but
good way.
Angie was just like going on
Crazy
and
like a
doing her own
fox.
thing, and like I was trying to talk to her and not getting any response from her.
Yeah, Silver says that's what happened to her.
Huh?
Angie, can you hear me?
Is it me? Okay, hang on. Let's
It's
see.
yeah. She's lost.
Yeah, apparently she's somehow disconnected from us.
Oh my! Speaking of disconnected, I hope my machines don't fuck up again.
Yeah. Well,
Froze
these
twice.
are some of the things we're learning, and I'm wondering if there's some kind of a bug in StreamYards that
I'm beginning to wonder the same
that
thing because
sometimes
twice
somebody
in
seems
one
to get
day.
disconnected from the chat.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, it was me.
Okay, Angie, can you hear me
Angie,
now?
how can you hear?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, I
Loud and
can
clear.
hear you.
Yeah, it was me. My camera had just like quit working, just like went to
Oh,
sleep or something, I guess.
Okay, maybe I'm wondering if there's a bug here in the stream, whatever they call
yeah,
the
the StreamYard.
where it doesn't access the devices correctly.
Yep.
It
I'm
could
beginning to
also
think there
be.
is because we seem to. It seems, especially when we're running a long time after we've run several hours, that sometimes people start losing it, that they're not hearing everybody.
I lost it a long time ago, but besides that,
I didn't lose it, I just left it behind when I moved out.
I'm
okay.
not entirely sure I ever had it in the first place, so.
Yeah, no, you were talking about the RC Cole, and it's apparently you didn't hear anything I said about that.
I didn't. Do it again.
I was just saying that, when I moved in with my fiance, I had a habit of like 2 quarts of Pepsi a day, and that she had gotten me off of that. It's like now I can't drink cola at all because it just tastes weird. It doesn't taste like anything. It just tastes weird.
So how did you
Okay.
get off of it? What's the trick? What's the secret, man? I can't
Well,
stop.
like I say, my fiance was a lot of help. She was,
Yeah, I
it's
can
like quitting any
understand
addiction. You need
that.
some supportive people.
Yeah, I don't
I
have
have
that.
to wonder
I don't
what kind. I have to wonder what kind of brands you guys ran into. Growing up in Cleveland, we had RC Cola, Royal Crown Cola.
Mhm.
Do you
Yep.
guys know about Little Tom as a soft drink brand?
Mm-mm.
I
That
don't know
was
Little Tom, but we had RC, and I can't get it in town here. But when I drive to the Walmart, well, not to the Walmart, but at stores around there, I can get the Shasta Cola or the Shasta flavors.
Okay.
and Fantas are still around.
Yeah, Walmart stocks the Fanta.
And
Okay,
occasionally,
here we go. Oh, really? Okay. This is why you would not have known about Little Tom. It was local to Cleveland.
Oh,
ah,
okay.
okay.
Um, oh, let's see here. I'm seeing oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, let me.
Yeah, we've got 2 local brands up here. One's called Super Chill and one's called Wildwood. And I really haven't seen those outside of this area.
Okay, now let's see if I can do this right. Let's grab this here and that over there and that over there. Okay, good, 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 good. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Sorry, Angie, that you thought we'd left you all alone there.
I was doing
You were
enough
being
for
all
my
silly and
love.
trying to fill the dead airspace, and
I
we were
was
still
singing.
trying to talk.
Okay,
Let me entertain you.
I appreciate you trying to keep the audience going, though.
yeah, I found an image of a case of Little Tom because it was quite unusual. You have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 36 bottles in the case, and each of the rows was one flavor. So you would have had cream soda, you would have had grape, orange, lemon, lime, all this other happy shit. The bottles were, I think, 7 ounces. So it was for the kids, basically. The kid who couldn't drink an entire 12-ounce bottle of pop.
Yeah, they're cute. I like it.
And it worked out really well as far as that goes. He used to carry that. Trying to think of what the hell else he had that might be unusual. I'll get this out of everybody's way now.
Happy shit flavor.
I'm not remembering any. I know there was other bullshit that he had, but I'm not remembering any of it. Well, fuck all. It was well over 50 years ago. I mean, I was slave labor at that store at 9 years old.
Did you have a drive-in restaurant with car hops and such?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's see. The one that we would actually stop at from time to time was a Big Boy restaurant.
We had an A&W.
Oh, okay. I know about A&W. I think there were some in Ohio. I didn't go to any of them.
We can ride our bicycles to the A&W.
And then my understanding
Crud.
is that the Eaton Park restaurant chain here in the Pittsburgh region began as a car hop restaurant.
Oh, yeah?
I just realized I had my mic muted.
Oh.
No wonder people kept talking over me.
Okay, now none of that car hopping was on roller skates. Because I understand that
Yeah.
some of the car hopping back in the 50s was indeed done on roller skates.
Yes.
We still have one or two car hops at our local Sonic that will come out on roller skates, believe it or not. They're pretty good at it.
Okay, then God, you got to be good with that.
I don't eat Sonic. I can do their ice cream and their drinks are really good, but I can't eat their food. It makes me unhappy in my tummy. To put it nicely.
I shouldn't eat ice cream because it causes problems for me, but it's not something I can stay away from.
I shouldn't eat it all. God damn it.
Short, no.
That wouldn't be any
Shorty
good.
short.
You'd shrivel up on us.
I'd eventually lose some weight.
It's Sonic doorknob, not Hooters.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Do any of the Hooters have any redeeming factors beyond the wait staff?
They give jobs to people.
They
In other words, are there any reasons that people go there other than to look at ladies with large pendulous breasts in t-shirts?
they actually tried
There you
to.
go, Lucy. Lucy did it. Lucy, before I even got to it, Lucy said the wings are good. That's what I.
Okay.
Standard answer, like, why do you go to Hooters? Well, the wings are good. Okay, well, see, I can appreciate.
They actually
good wings,
tried
so.
to open a counterpart to Hooters, targeted more toward women, called Pythons.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my God, male strip shows are the funniest shit I have ever seen in my life.
Right.
I cannot even.
I think they started
that.
that with like 2 locations in Texas. I don't know if it ever got any further than that.
I'm sorry, but the male anatomy is extremely funny to me. It just.
I'm just not all that impressed with it, to tell you the absolute truth.
Well, when they look so serious and like all the women are screaming and drooling and like and I'm laughing my ass off because their faces and stuff when they're dancing, and I'm not knocking anybody's personal choices. It's just as the entertainment factor for me is more comedic than erotic in such things.
Yeah, I'd go along with that.
So into it, he's so into it. Look at his face.
And I can appreciate men sexually, but I have to agree that, yeah, the strip shows are just funny.
They're funny. And some of them are dangerous. I'm not shitting you. I went to one. They have traveling strip shows that come out here to the woods every so often into the local watering hole. And I went
Traveling
to
strip shows?
Yes. They're like traveling troops that go
Okay,
around.
that's a new one on me.
Yeah, anyway, so I took my oldest daughter, she was 18 or 19 at the time, and I took her to her first strip show. And these men actually, you had to pay a little extra, but they would take you up on the stage and sit you in a chair and do like this lap dance thing. I'm thinking lap dance. Okay, a lap dance is something where you sit in the chair and you get danced on, around, or about. They would pick these women up and like flip them and lay them on the ground and go hopping on them and stuff. And I was like, holy cannolis, what the?
Yeah, sounds like you really got your dollar's worth.
For whiplash, it was the craziest shit I ever saw. I'm like, not gonna ever do that again.
Yeah.
Yep, traveling strip show in the woods. Hippies in the woods? Yeah, we got hippies out here too. I would have been a good hippie, but I was born a little bit too late to be a real hippie. I would have been a really good hippie.
I should have been born about 10 years earlier.
Yeah, me too.
Because I would have made an excellent beaten pacifist in the late 60s.
Yeah. Peace, love, flowers. Oh, come on, can't we all just get along?
Purple Kerouac over here.
I was born in 66, so I missed it.
Yeah, I was born in 64.
I'm old.
Yeah. By the time I was old enough to understand what was going on, it was over.
My husband is 11 years older than me, so I don't have a problem with older people.
There's somebody else who can appreciate an age gap.
Well,
I
and
married, my
doorknob
first
head, as
husband
far
was
as
my age, and that was a bad mistake.
Say again?
My first husband was my age, and that was a really bad mistake. Always marry up because it takes a while for the fellers to catch up maturity wise. You know, we tend
Yep.
to
Oh, hell
mature
yeah.
faster. So yeah.
yeah,
Um,
doorknob head, as far as your comment there, I tend to appreciate women who are more hippie. In both senses of the word.
okay,
I would
doorknob
have been a
head.
really clean hippie though, because I'm all about like shampoo and lipstick and fingernails and
So you and I seem to have something in common. When I married, at the time we married, I was 23 and she was 38. So there was, 15 and some odd years between
yeah,
us.
that's a pretty good gap.
And then my most recent ex was 13 years younger. When we got together, I was 41. She was 28.
Yeah, I think 10 or 15 years is okay because the generations overlap and stuff. And like me and my husband appreciate a lot of the same music. He was 11 when he was listening to it, but so, but we have a lot in common as far as stuff like that. Now, he has, of course, memories of Dory. We went to Golden Corral. I hate Golden Corral, but we went there and we're going through the little line to get our tray and we get to the checkout and she says, um, how did she say it? One buffet and one senior, like that. And he goes, yep. I was like, no, you are not a senior citizen. What? He's like, I am too. I want my discount. And it's like that's the first time I ever even like became really aware of how the gap that we really do have. Like he's already getting discounts, and I've still got like 10 years to go.
Well, shit, the AARP was after me when I was 50.
Yeah, they want me, but I'm not interested.
I don't have the dues.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe I would qualify now. That was a few years ago. I did not qualify at that particular point. I think that's why it struck me. It's like, well, how come you get a discount?
Yeah, I'm already getting senior discounts at various places. Not all the time, but I am starting to get them, and it
I
makes
need to
me
think. I
cry.
need to start asking now. I need to start asking. Do I get a discount? Or do I got to be to get a discount?
AARP keeps sending me the mailings to apply and
Yep.
the membership card included, but
Yep.
I'm still mad at them for how they sold out on the health care. So
Yeah. Hello. They all talk real big and then they don't
Yeah.
do anything.
Well, I'm.
well, they
thinking-
actually have a big enough
magazine.
Yeah, they actually have a big enough lobbying thing that they could have done something.
Well, they're a
but
little on the right
they
wing
gave up
side
on it.
anyway, though, right?
Do what?
Are they a little on the right wing side anyway?
They've moved
Little.
that way.
Because
Yeah.
they seem to want to take
Try to
care of the
hide it.
seniors who have money, who are the ones that constantly vote Republican.
Well, pick up one of their magazines and thumb through it. Look at the pictures and how the people in the magazine are represented.
Okay.
It's always blue skies and green grass, and everybody's got a nice collared shirt, and grandma or grandpa looks so happy. And if they're not white, they are at least appear to be affluent to a certain extent.
Yeah.
If you get my drift. There are
Yeah.
no
Well, certainly
pictures,
well dressed and all.
yeah, there's no pictures of ghetto people benefiting from AARP. So what's the deal? So I don't know. They include
Yeah,
everybody. They can go to hell for all I care.
You never see anyone in jeans.
No, they
They're
are
all
marketed to
dressed in like slacks or business suits.
rich white people is who they market themselves to.
Yeah, so they're not even.
I could be wrong. Don't be suing me, nobody.
They're not
Okay,
even marketing to the middle class, if the middle class can be said to exist anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know what it actually means, but we're talking about StreamYard's having some kind of bug, and it just gave me this message that basically just said it's having difficulty maintaining the stream. It didn't really give me any real information.
Mine did that too, having trouble connecting or something. Mine did that last night.
Yeah.
I had to
Okay.
refresh everything and come back in. But if you go out and refresh your thing, it won't kick us out. We'll still be here when you come back.
Okay, so I can step out and
Mm-hmm.
come
So
back.
it would
That's not
seem.
a
You can
problem.
totally shut the browser window down and come back in because we'll still be here. I had to do that, so yeah.
Oh, that was
Well-
you. Yeah, I thought I remembered somebody who just went.
I was wondering what happened to Silver, if she was going to be picking up the stream here. But I have not seen anything from her now, and no new link.
Oh, let me go see. Has she come up with anything new?
Was she raptured? Was she Christian after all?
Poor thing. She always has so much trouble at the beginning of the streams. I feel so bad for her. She really in tears this last time.
Yeah, I can't wait for the rapture, because then I can collect up all the cool stuff my neighbors leave behind.
Right? I'm going shopping.
Hey, I won't be driving a little hatchback after that.
Dang straight. I'm going straight to Joel Osteen's house.
I wouldn't know what to do with all of that house.
I would invite all my friends and all my family. Y'all come on, let's just set up a big old hippie commune right up in here.
Okay, now see, that I could go for. Otherwise, I
Hell
would see
yeah.
no purpose for that big a house.
Love
Because
it.
you'd have to clean the whole damn thing.
I have to look up because I'm curious now.
Oh, okay. No, Lena's in the side chat, and she says she's testing her audio now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see a link yet.
Okay. Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick.
Eat a bag of fetid donkey scrotum? What?
What?
Doorknob's last comment there. I don't know what to make of that.
Tell us how you really feel, Doorknob.
He's directing it at Mike Pence.
I know.
So, yeah, okay, I see above it's apparently a reference to the AARP thing we were talking about.
Okay, the house isn't quite as large as I thought, but it's large enough. God damn it.
What's that?
From Google Maps here. The home of Joel and Victoria Osteen is 17,000 square feet, situated on 1.86 acres, surrounded by ornamental fence. The Osteens and their two kids, Jonathan and Alexandra, share 6 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, 3 elevators, and 5 fireplaces. Jesus fucking Christ. So, okay. You've got 4 people and 6 bedrooms. The math doesn't add up. Well, I mean, okay, guest rooms. Come on, people. Linda's father had a house with much bedrooms, but they had 3 kids, and the bedrooms actually got used.
I grew up in a house that virtually never had less than 12 people in it, and we only had 4 bedrooms.
Oh my.
This is what led to us partitioning off the basement with plywood to create 2 more bedrooms.
Yeah, I've used blankets to make bedrooms before.
Well, my dad was a carpenter, so he could, whatever building supplies were left over on the site when they finished a house, he could bring them home.
Yeah, I didn't get poor till I moved out of Mom and Dad's house. Mom and Dad did okay. When I got out on my own, I was like tuna fish and ramen noodles and bologna sandwiches.
Oh, Christ. You remember then when eating bologna was a mark of The opposite of affluence.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's cheap.
I remember bologna at 75 cents a pound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ate that
Well,
when you were poor.
Yep.
like I say, that's, my dad was, there were 9 of us, and my parents took in 4 more foster kids over the years. They weren't all in the house at the same time. But yeah, so, there were always about a dozen people in the house, and my dad was supporting that on a carpenter's salary. And it's like, yeah, we weren't doing great, but he made sure no one went hungry.
Well, to my recollection, as you say, a carpenter's salary 50 years ago, although not millionaire quality, wasn't all that bad, right?
No, yeah, the Chicago's carpenter union was good. So it was because of the union that he was able to do that, and that he even had, any kind of health care coverage. So that we were actually able to go to the doctor and, get a dental checkup once a year.
Yeah, thank you, Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, well, that's what unions used to do for their members.
My second husband was a union electrician, and he was a lazy ass motherfucker. He spent most of his time on the couch.
Oh,
He would not sign the books if there wasn't a long-term job coming up or something. He wouldn't go and take the 2 or 3 month jobs that would just keep the bills on, keep the lights on, kind of thing. So, yeah.
well,
So,
I do not have a lot of good things to say about my father, but lazy is not something anyone could ever call him.
oh no, I was not implying.
No, I'm just saying in contrast that.
No, I know about the stories of the United Steelworkers Union. Members would have jobs where you did essentially nothing. I mean, there was a coworker that my ex-wife had. Her husband basically would take a book to work with him and read the damn book all day because there was some specific job that he had, some task that he had to do that required about 4 minutes throughout the day, but they had to have somebody to fill that job. Now,
Yep.
and then of course the abuses of the Teamsters Union were legendary.
Well, my uncle got up to the level of being a foreman in the Steelworkers Union, and my cousin is still in that union. And those kind of people pissed him off to no end.
Thank you.
Actually, you're big on the baseball stadiums. If you ever go to Brewers Stadium in Milwaukee, there is a plaque in there of the people who built the stadium. My uncle's name is on that.
Oh wow! Yay!
Cool.
Yeah, if I live long enough, I wouldn't mind trying to get to Fenway.
I think I'm dehydrated.
Well, yeah, if all you're drinking is caffeinated stuff, it doesn't really help you much because it speeds up your system and you just pee it all out.
Yep. About every 15 minutes or so.
The methylxanthines are pretty good diuretics.
I have
Okay,
at least I put it on ice. That's my philosophy. I put it on ice so I'm getting some water.
Lena says she put the link in the Twitter and she needs somebody to go over there and help her.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Okie dokie.
So I guess I'll drop out of here, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be with you guys later.
Okay, well, just send me a message. Yep. Yeah, as soon as we hear on Twitter that she's set up, then we can all jump over there.
Okie dokie. Poor thing. I hate that she's having trouble with her audios. I hope that she gets it figured out. She gets very stressed about it.
Yeah, well, it's new software for all of us, so
Yeah.
she's taking it much too hard. I mean, to this day, Cyrus streams several times a week,
Yeah.
and he's been doing this for close to a year. And to this day, I don't think he's ever managed to get a stream to start on time.
That sounds like the story of my life. The best laid plans come to naught most of the time.
Yeah.
I don't believe in luck because I don't have any.
Yeah, I can go with that. Okay, yeah, Angie and Lena's put the link in the group chat you created.
Alrighty then. Are
So
we
as soon as
jumping?
we hear something from one of them to confirm the audio is okay.
Alrighty. I've got the watch page open. Let's see what's going on here. Yep, I just got a Twitter. Test audio. Okay, the link is in the. Yeah, the link is in the chat or in the message thingy, the Twitter thing. Good night, doorknob. I have enjoyed our exchange. Sweet
Good night,
dreams.
doorknob. Always good to have you around. You always liven things up a bit.
He's perfect comic relief. Silly, silly, silly. I would say there's got to be a clown in every parade. It might as well be me sometimes.
Well, you always brighten things up too.
I laugh too much. That's my biggest problem. I punctuate my sentences with laughing. Everybody in my family does that.
Now, see, I don't see that as a problem for you. I mean, that there are some people, especially women, that do it with the little high pitched giggle gets annoying. But you've got a good full laugh, so that doesn't bother me.
I can do the Betty Rubble. Hang on. I have to not be really laughing when I do it.
Well, even that's not so bad. I mean, you're not like Orphan Red.
I call that my Betty Rubble.
Yeah, and I'd say that's pretty close to it.
Okay, Lavender says they've got it working. All right, good deal. Here we come.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So thank you everybody for being here. We're gonna jump over to her stream.
Peace.
Let me grab the link for the YouTube watch page for everybody.
Here, I got it. I got it.
Oh, okay. I just got it too.
Hey, I beat you to it. Boom.
Okay. All right. Just so everybody in the side chat's got the link there.
All right, I'll see you there.
Okay.
Wait,
see everybody over there in a little bit.
Should I put it in the wrong one? Oh no, there it is. It's in there. I put it in the other chat.
Well, and Nacho just posted it too. So.
Okay. See you there.
Okay.
Mwah.
Bye bye all.